Happy holidays, everybody. It's time to get that frizzy perm out, call Thomas Dolby, get to the cigarette machine, call the preacher, and talk about Joni Mitchell's Dog Eat Dog. We're here on Phonogenics 101. Thank you to my YouTube subscribers. Every day I look and there's more and more people subscribing. So I compel all of my new subscribers. If you enjoy this space that I've created, consider donating $1 or $2 a month to my Patreon, because I like to feel appreciated for my time and space. So thank you so much. Ho, ho, ho. And I'm not just saying that, describing myself.
Who you call a ho?
Not me lately. Okay, so this is the album that we're going to talk about.
No, this is the album.
Okay.
That's a CD.
That's a CD.
Picture it. Picture it. 1985. Ronald Reagan is in office. Live Aid.
We bought it on vinyl.
Everyone is going to save Africa, and Joni Mitchell has a few things to say, which does not surprise anybody in this group. So what we're going to do first is let's have a couple of housekeeping things since our group is so large today. If everyone could stay on mute to cut down on surface noise. And then when we start the discussion, I'll try to go by the order of people's hands that go up. If I miss anybody, just yell at me and say, Jeremy, talk to me. Because I love this whole group and we all have things to say about Dog Eat Dog. So before we get into the album, I'm going to call on each of you and then tell me a little bit about yourself and maybe a little thought about the Dog Eat Dog Joni Mitchell era. I'm going to start with the person that's always in my top left, except for a little bit last month, and it just totally screwed me up. Bob.
Hey, yeah, hello. I came on to in the Joni world back with Court and Spark, and then went backwards and then moved forwards. Dog Eat Dog. I specifically remember one Tuesday morning, living in the house in '85, living in our first house down the road, and I got up, was getting ready to shower and get dressed and go to work, and we had NPR on, and all of a sudden I hear Joni Mitchell singing. Of course, this is back in the days when you didn't know that new releases were coming out; they just came out. Mm-hmm. So I hear Ethiopia in the background, and they said, Joni Mitchell has this new record out, and I really, really like that song, and I still do. I said, "Oh, Joni Mitchell's got a new record, Dog Eat Dog." So I either bought it that day or the next, or a couple of days later. But bought it on vinyl. Enjoyed it. I don't think it stood this test of time very well, and we'll be talking about that later on more tonight. But there's some really good songs here. There's some frivolous songs, and the production is really very, very dated, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right. Next we have David.
I am David. I'm not sure what I have to say about this. There it was. I don't really I don't remember it coming out, but this was actually in the very early days of my sobriety. I think I got sober somewhere between Wild Things Run Fast and this. And so it was I wasn't really there for a lot of the time, so I probably spent a lot of time lying on my living room floor listening to this, but I don't really remember it much. But I certainly bought it. Not my fave. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later.
All right. Up next, we have Dave and Robin.
I love this album, and I was living in Los Angeles. I had a boyfriend before Dave, and who was a musician, and I was a masseuse. This was before I started singing, and one of my clients was managing the Yellow Jackets, and he got a copy of it, I think maybe before it was actually released, and didn't like it, and so he gave it to me, and I just I don't know. I just think it was, well, first of all, it was when I started to get more engaged in politics and just, you know, the Reagan era and everything. But I just got addicted to it and listened to it and listened to it. And this was when a girlfriend heard me singing along, and then she encouraged me to sing. And so it's kind of married to when I first started singing too. And so I just we listened to it tonight before coming on, and just where, like as many of these other albums remind you of where you were at the time or who you were with or that kind of thing. And this was just an important time for me on several levels. So I think it's just so relevant. Yeah, the sound is dated, but it's got a lot of energy to it. And I'd love to perform this whole album because I could get into it. I could really, get whatever the emotion to perform this.
I would love that.
Yeah. And tonight, we're gonna play a live version of us doing it. So, you'll be able to hear kind of the direction we would go. So anyway, it was just better than what Dave and I could do tonight.
I don't have a particular memory of this album, but I have a strong memory of this time in music technology, and all of the sounds on this album, which we're probably going to discuss. I remember when they were brand new, and it was the coolest thing ever to use, Lexicon reverbs, DX7s, and drum machines, and there was almost like an arms race to get the latest digital technology because it was so new then, and it was so exciting. So I mean, if you listen to Chaka Khan's album with "I Feel for You," I think it was called "I Feel for You." That was from about the same era, maybe the year before or after, but that's the same sounds. It's this real metallic, edgy, mechanical kind of sounds, and that sounds dated now too, but for its time it was exciting. And so we have to kind of allow for that, just as when you listen to the 60s you allow for the guitars being out of tune. That's all for me.
Awesome. All right, next we have Paz.
Oh, geez. Okay, so hi, Michael Paz, New Orleans. Great to be here. Yeah, I agree with so much of what Dave and Robin both said. Yeah, I just thank you for saying that, because it brought up memories for me too. At the time, I was working at a music store, and I was the MIDI guy. So musical instrument digital interface, and it was still pretty new then, and there was not a lot of people in town that knew about that. So I was working selling keyboards and drum machines, Linn drums, and all those magnificent devices that help people write music and so on. This album, coming after Wild Things Run Fast, for me was very new in my marriage with my wife, and she likes this record too. We were just talking about it before we went live here, and I tried to convince her to come up and have a guest appearance tonight and just say something about the album. But I think she might have actually purchased this album that I have, but we loved it at the time. And I mean, there's a few songs on there that, aren't things that I would put on and, let's play Tax right now, or let's play Smokin', or, no, but there's a bunch of songs on here that I really like a lot. I don't care that they're dated. None of that matters anymore, especially after a week of watching 8 hours of the Beatles playing music that, yeah, is dated because that was the time, but it'll live forever because that's what it is, and so will this, as far as I'm concerned. It's not one of my favorite Joni albums as an album, but I do treasure quite a few of the songs, including Ethiopia, which is one of my favorite songs from the album too, Bob.
All right, next we have Chris.
Jumping for the button. Hi. Wow. 1985. I guess I was like Paz. I was newly married, living in Queens, and I was sort of about a year and a half into my new career that was going to take me for another 30 years or so in advertising. So I was being exposed to a lot of new production techniques and things and the technological changes that were going on. So I got a chance to sort of see in action a lot of those devices that Dave talked about, and the Fairlight synthesizers and sampling and all that kind of stuff. And I remember thinking that this album was an even stronger flavor of the moment than the previous record. And that, of course, I guess was due to Thomas Dolby. Now, I was actually really interested that, Thomas Dolby and she were working together because of all of the sort of the techno pop wizards. I thought that he was fairly, strong. I thought, She Blind to Move with Science and that whole record, I forget the name of his album. I have it somewhere. But I thought that it was very strong. The era, though, was marked with a lot of geopolitics going on. There was social unrest. There was the AIDS crisis. There was, Live Aid in Ethiopia. There was a lot going on in the world. And for me, this record was a sonic documentary. And it did it in a way that really took the zeitgeist, the audio zeitgeist of the moment, and distilled it in a way. Now, there was another record, another band that was coming out at the time, and actually Joni had remarked upon them. There was Tears for Fears, and she commented on their record as having a lot of musicality to it. And in that way, this record, where it's very techno and there's a lot of experimentation and fooling around, there's a lot of musicality she still maintained all the way through it. If she was just going to immerse herself in techno wizardry and sound textures and stuff like that, man, this could have been a lot worse. She really did use it judiciously. And I think in some ways, there's some stellar moments. I think Ethiopia is, and I'll say this again when we get to the song, is a studio masterpiece. This also is one record that on the two occasions that I did get a chance to speak to her, I did mention to her. And I can tell you that little story now, or I can wait until later on in the discussion, but your choice. But it did come up, and she didn't stray much from her what we've heard her in interviews to press and writers, but she did, the way she said it was perhaps a little different one-on-one. Anyway, that's how I remember this record. It's a sonic documentary, and I'm so glad that it's here, and I can still listen to it, and I love it. I do.
Cool. All right, next we have Sue.
Hello, Sue Tierney, and 1985 was the last year I was living on Long Island, and I got the LP, and so we had in those days, if the living room's open and that's where the record player is, like I was living with my parents, my husband, and my little baby, and it was a very tense time. So I put this album on, and everybody hated it except for me. I loved it. And my husband specifically would walk around behind me, like whatever I was doing, going, Ethiopia, Ethiopia, Ethiopia. It was just, oh my God. I was like, leave me alone. Can't I just listen to my favorite singer and enjoy it? So, in the back of my mind, when I'm thinking about when I first heard this album, I think of all the chaos that was going on in my life. But I mean, of course, there's so many great songs on this album, and I like it because here's Joni changing again, and getting into all this production stuff. That's, I think that one of the things that's really interesting. She starts to get into of course, the political type of songs, but she's also getting into these collage songs that I call them. Like Fiction and later on Chalk Mark, she does the Reoccurring Dream. Like she's starting to use the production to make different types of songs, that are really interesting to me, and I really love the song Dog Eat Dog. I think that that's a great, great song. And, I really love it. And of course, I'll talk about the three great stimulants when I get to it, but that is like one of the most profound songs I've ever heard her sing, and that she's written. And listening to it today with the crap that's going on in our world today, it rings true every word, and it's just so amazing how prescient that was, that particular song. I mean, talking about artifice, fake news, all that kind of stuff. It's just amazing to me. And also, yeah, I mean, there are other songs that are just really my favorites, and a couple that definitely do end up at the end of my list. And I know every time I come here, I say 10, but I'll talk about it later. But, I love this album. So.
And who thought when the album came out in 1985, here we'd be in 2021, not as far ahead as maybe we thought we'd be.
I know, it's so weird. Yeah,
all right, next is Mark.
Well, I am another person that came on with Court and Spark. And by this time, I had expected that Joni was going to change. No two albums were going to be alike. This came out right about the time that CDs were starting to permeate the market. And my late partner and I had bought a CD player. And I vowed that the first CD I bought was going to be Court and Spark. So I waited around for that to finally get into the bins. And then this record was released. And I swore that I was not going to buy it on vinyl. I was going to wait until the damn thing came out on CD. And it seemed to take for freaking ever. But it finally did. And like I said, I knew it was not going to be like any of the previous records. I loved the fact that she was getting so political and so pissed off because, like I remember she said at the time, nobody else was doing that. And there was so much to be pissed off about, at least as far as I was concerned. And so I liked that aspect of it quite a bit. The production, it took me a long time to kind of get used to. But I always thought, people thought it sounded harsh. And I thought, well, the subject matter is harsh, on a lot of these songs, and most of them. So to me, it seemed appropriate. Now, I did buy this, which is the Geffen box set. It's her 4 Geffen records that they remastered. And I think the sound on Dog Eat Dog is much, much better than the original pressings, at least on CD. I've never heard the vinyl, but I think it's much better on this. And I listened to this last night and partly today, and every time I hear it, I like it better. So, yeah, I think it's a great album. It's not my favorite either, but I'm like Chris, I'm glad it's there.
All right. Next we have Ruben.
Hello. It's nice to see everybody. I'm Ruben Bell. I am just south of Portland, Maine. It's very chilly here tonight. And this is one of my favorite Joni records. It's the first one I bought with my own money when it came out. And it's, I think, the third one I heard after Ladies of the Canyon and Wild Things Run Fast. And Dog Eat Dog came out when I was 10 or 11. I remember that. I wasn't very old. And it didn't, because I hadn't heard her whole catalog at that point, it didn't strike me as terribly different necessarily. And it also was really similar to other things I was listening to at the time. I was really into Eurythmics and Kate Bush. I remember listening to this and Kate Bush's Hounds of Love a lot at the same time, and Touched by the Eurythmics, and they were all kind of in the same electronic vein. And this one's always just stuck with me. I listened to it in the car, most of it in the car today, and I just think it's a great record. I think Fiction is a fantastic song. I always play that one twice. And I don't know, this one's always stuck with me more than some of the other ones. So thanks.
Yeah, and I do want to say all the albums you listed are albums that I'd like to do Phonogenics discussions on. I love Touch is one of my favorite Eurythmics albums.
Me
as
too.
well as 1984, which Chris talked about in an email.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Eurythmics fan. Up
Me too.
through like We Two Are One is kind of where I drop off, but we'll
Me
get
too.
there. We'll get there a different time. All right, from very far away, but so close, we have Jamie next.
Hello. Can anybody hear me? Am I being heard? Great. 1985. I turned 12 at the end of '84, and I was just getting into music. So it was kind of the time Live Aid and all that kind of stuff. And '84 was Christmas. '84 was the year that Do They Know It's Christmas came out. So that kind of started the whole ball rolling of the kind of charity song. And then Live Aid the next year. So music suddenly became a really important thing in the Zubairy household. This album I got to know through the Q magazine article, which came out in 1988, and '88 was when I really got when I first got into Joni Mitchell. So I'd read about the album, and was prepared for its dated sound. So I was kind of like, okay, this is interesting. Then when I'd heard it, it was like a bomb going off. It was just so different to the three albums that I did have, which was Ladies of the Canyon, Court and Spark, and For the Roses, I think at the time. Because then I was going back to the back catalogue. And Chalk Mark in a Rainstorm. So by the time I'd heard this, I was ready for the change of the voice, and I was ready for the change of the sound, and was like, okay, wow. It is one of those albums where I played in secret in the dorm, because I was in a dorm at the time, in 1988. So yeah, there was a record player in the thing next to my bed, and when everybody was out when I had a free period, I would play it. So yeah, it was my kind of guilty pleasure. But it's nice to be here. Nice to see you, Annette again. So I can't wait to hear you play.
Yeah, and last but not least, we have a newcomer joining us, a fellow Floridian, Annette.
I'm nervous. It's my first time, you know what I mean? But thanks for inviting me, Jeremy. And I actually told him I could do Ethiopia or Impossible Dreamer, but he rooted for Impossible Dreamer, and it's shorter, so that's fine. But as far as this album goes, Yeah, I'm in Jupiter, Florida, so that's on the other side from Tampa, but it's hot down here still. It's like 80 something in the house. So eat your heart out up there in Maine, whoever was in Maine there. But I was with Joni from the very beginning. I got Clouds first, and then I went back to Song to a Seagull, and I used to play some of her things without her tunings, of course, but I try to muddle through. And then in the 80s, it was kind of a darker time for me. I split up with a long-term relationship, and I was pretty down from about 83 on, but I started singing in a jazz group, and then we got into the drum machines and the synthesizers. So that sounded, I liked that, because I was used to it and it sounded hip to me. And I just always loved everything Joni did. I mean, I wasn't surprised when she changed her style and her voice went down. I knew she was smoking. I knew all about her, but just I love this album, and not all of it. Like somebody said, not all the songs on it, but I mean, that Smokin' was just so out there. I just loved the fact that she was such a genius in all parts of not just lyrics, but the music and the ideas that she wasn't afraid to tackle. And I'll make a song about a cigarette machine. So I really love Impossible Dreamer. It's pretty. And I love Tax Free and Lucky Girl. All the political statements are great, because who better than an artist to make those political statements? I think people listen to them more than politicians. So it wasn't my favorite album at all, but I loved it, and I've always loved almost everything she's done. I try not to judge her too much, because she's such an amazing genius, and everything she does, I just want to eat it all up, So I don't know if there's more to come, but this was fitting for the times for sure.
All right, and my dog eat dog story, which I never thought I'd tell this story. So, I got into Joni with Chalkmark, and then 1990-ish, I was hanging out with my friend Val, and we were going to move to New Jersey and become famous rock stars, because that's where the band Skid Row and Bon Jovi was from. So I was always trying to get my friends to like Joni Mitchell, and at that time they're like, no, we're in 9th, 10th grade. They're like, we don't listen to Joni Mitchell. So my friend was a huge Poison fan and loved Bret Michaels, and his girlfriend Susie Hatton was releasing a solo album. So I told my friend Val, I'm like, oh my God, Susie Hatton's debut single was on the radio last night. And I gave her a cassette, but it was Fiction. So she's like, so she got the song. She's like, is that Joni Mitchell? That sounds too old to be Susie Hatton. I said, no, that's Susie Hatton's new single. So she's like, oh, well, I kind of like it. So I tricked her into liking not only Joni Mitchell, but the song Fiction. That later I had to break the news that it was indeed Joni Mitchell and not Susie Hatton. So that's my Joni Mitchell dog eat dog story. And at the time, right before Night Ride Home is when I was transitioning from vinyl to CD, and I'd collected all the Joni CDs, but Dog Eat Dog was the last one that I found on CD. It took me a long time to find that one at the time, because you had to go to the stores and find them. So yeah, that's my Dog Eat Dog story. So yeah, I'm still friends with Val. I'm gonna have to text her and be like, remember that time I made you a cassette that I taped off the radio? All right. Well, before we talk about the music, let's talk about the album cover. The perm, the suit coat, the car crash, the dogs. What do you all think of this?
I always like the artwork.
Wasn't there a painting that was originally supposed to be the cover, and then she opted to go with the photographs instead?
There was a painting indeed. Another 10-foot by 5-foot painting.
Got all the metallic pen squiggles in the painting as well.
Yeah. And I haven't seen the painting in person, but it's, from what I've seen of it, it's beautiful, and it's one of these from a really interesting period of her painting.
It was at the Mendel. She showed it at the Mendel, I'm pretty sure. Or or there's a couple of versions of it, to be honest. I've seen a couple of different versions of it, but I seem to think that the one that she showed at the Mendel was really close to what we're seeing here.
I think she sold the dog's painting in Japan, didn't she? I believe, and that gave her the $30K to make all those music videos.
Okay.
But yeah, the album cover itself is one of those kind of photo collage paintings. And what didn't a version end up at a hospital or something?
Oh,
You're the
yeah.
painting expert.
Cedar Sinai, isn't it?
That's
Something
right,
in Cedar
yeah.
Sinai
Yeah.
in California. I'm pretty sure there is one there.
Cool.
The JoniMitchell.com. Go to Dog Eat Dog Painting, and I'll just say there's quite a bit there, including a photo of the painting. 60 inches by 120 inches. So yes, 5 by 10.
And didn't she have an art show that was the release show for this album? Or am I totally imagining things? I must be imagining things.
I think she did.
I just remember seeing pictures of like the Dog Eat Dog release show, and she showed some of her artwork, invited her friends in LA. And I remember she had like a beret on.
That wasn't the Diary of a Decade, was it?
That was later. That was like 1990.
That was she did have one in Japan in '88, but I think there was one in LA because there's a picture of her with oh God, what's his name? Easy Rider.
Peter Fonda?
Okay, so it was October 28th, 1985, the James Corcoran Gallery. Geffen Records held a Dog Eat Dog release party billed as Joni Mitchell, New Paintings, New Songs. The gathering was a benefit for the Museum of Contemporary Art. The paintings were on display from October 28th until October 30th.
I'm so glad I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy.
2 whole days.
And another thing, to my knowledge, and I know we've talked about this before, but in all of my many searches on I spend a lot of time on eBay. I've never seen a Dog Eat Dog piano book. Every other Joni Mitchell album has a piano book, but I've never seen a Dog Eat Dog. So this is, I believe, the only Joni Mitchell studio album without a songbook.
You're right. I don't know if there's anything. I can't remember now if any of the track listings for hits or misses had any of these songs on it. So if so, they might be included in there, but that would be the only place.
And isn't there that one book that's the complete Joni Mitchell with all the songs?
Yeah, the big hardback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not to be trusted.
Not to, okay.
I have the one that was pulled and the one that was released, but I think there is a Dog Eat Dog one. I'm going to run down and refresh my drink, and I'll check in the archives and see if it's there.
Yes.
I will be terribly jealous if it exists. That's for sure.
The Joel Bernstein book missing a bunch of the piano pieces?
Complete now? Complete so far?
The actual one that was released?
I don't think any of the piano transcriptions are in there. I think it's all guitar oriented.
So how do you
I'll run grab it right now.
He was her guitar technician, so he wasn't really paying attention.
So it should have been called incomplete so far.
I mean, the piano is in there for Dog Eat Dog. I looked at it earlier this evening. But not I wish the single book was there, but yeah.
Well, anyway, I've done the transcriptions of about half of the tunes on this album and put them up on the website. So, of course, they're not really played on the piano mostly. They're sort of keyboard related, but nonetheless, it's nice to have the right chords. And
sure.
You know, what's interesting is that sometimes she will write the song in a tuning in the guitar and then, play it differently. Like, especially with these albums, Dog Eat Dog, maybe Chalk Mark and something. Because I noticed that with Three Great Stimulants, that the transcription in Complete so far is just straight, it says standard tuning, and it's just, it's very basic tab,
There's no guitar on the album except for Mike Landau.
Yeah, but she has played it live.
Well, she must have learned a version of it, but Mike Landau's the only guitar player on the record.
Yeah, well,
Right.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She does Three Great Stimulants live, fairly often.
Oh
too.
yeah, with the guitar in a tuning, but she works this. I mean, I'm just assuming that she works the song out on guitar and then plays it differently
Actually,
on
just
the
the demo
album.
version.
Can I focus? I have a question about this on the cover, the automobile crash, because the automobile crash figured a bit prominently for her, because I seem to remember that she was injured by that and that she suffered some facial injuries. Now, the car is a Mercedes-Benz 560 SEC, which was their top of the line coupe. Her smaller Mercedes-Benz Bluebird was stolen. And I believe this was the one that was suggested to her. And I don't know. What I remember reading was that it wasn't wholly her choice to then go into this car. It's a much larger car. It's, not as sporty. The reason I'm asking about this is because I wanted to find out if anybody knows the extent of her injuries. What I will say is that if this is the actual vehicle that they were driving in when they had their accident, whoever was sitting in the passenger side seems not to have been wearing their seatbelt, because if they were wearing their seatbelt, there wouldn't be any notice. There wouldn't, the windshield would not have what looks like the impact of a head for it. So does anybody have any background in what happened with that accident?
All right, Mark, I see your hand is up. Do you have the answer?
She writes in the booklet for the Geffen box set about that. And she says, that night a drunk kid ran into us. He was passed out at the wheel. He nailed us head on, and the printing in these things is so small, and totaled our car. My hard head went through the windshield. We were taken to the hospital where Klein took 16 stitches in his tongue, and 6 hours later we were sent home in a taxi. And then she says, we were approaching the site of our accident. Broken glass was strewn about, glinting in the morning light. I said to the cab driver, oh, look, there's our glass. And just as I was saying that, the car next to us swerved and out of control, and we had to dodge it to miss it. Well, she talks about several other misses and maybe one accident and not long following that.
Wow.
So this kind of cloud was hanging over her or something.
All right, Bob, your hand was up earlier and I missed you, and then we'll do Jamie next.
Well, what I was going to say is already been covered by people that did not put their hand up.
Oh, follow the rules, everybody. Or else I'm going to hire Thomas Dolby to come in and clean things up. Jamie, was your hand up?
I was wondering about because she broke her foot, didn't she? Around about the same time, and because there's a picture of her painting in their Malibu house with a plaster cast, and I was wondering if anybody knew about that.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that just like I stubbed my toe in the kitchen and I broke my foot, kind of thing?
Maybe they filmed the dancing clown video a couple years early. All right. Well, any other thoughts? Oh, pause.
He's back.
So I don't have a dog eat dog songbook, but this is the one that I was thinking about. This was released and then recalled. They pulled it off the stands because when she found out it says limited edition, it was very limited. It was pulled because there was a lot of errors in it that she, or maybe it was Elliot that found them. I'm not sure. I don't remember the story. But then it was replaced with this one, which is supposedly the complete one. And both of them have dog eat dog in them. However, I don't know how accurate they are because I don't actually read tablature. I can read charts and stuff, but I don't read tabs. So it would be up to Dave to discern whether they're valid or not.
All right, Bob.
Just a quick comment. You know, you mentioned Elliot Roberts. This Dog Eat Dog period was when she dropped Elliot Roberts as a manager and hired on Peter Asher.
Record producer Peter Asher?
Yeah. And whose wife Betsy was the Betsy in the previous songs.
Oh. Betsy's Blue?
Betsy's Blue.
Okay.
Yeah. And then in Song for Sharon also, Betsy gets a mention. Mama and Betsy say, find yourself a charity.
Right.
That's that.
Something new.
Well, a lot of people found a charity in 1985, didn't they?
It was an uncharitable time.
All right. Well, I always felt, and you know, everyone may disagree with me on this one, but you know, Hissing of Summer Lawns is pretty wild. And I always felt like In France They Kiss on Main Street was kind of a pretty tame opener from how the album went. And I always kind of felt the same way about Good Friends. You know, I read what, you know, all the technology on the album, but when you first hear the first song, I'm like, this just kind of sounds like an 80s Michael Mcdonald thing. Mm-hmm. So I felt like she kind of eased us into Dog Eat Dog with Good Friends. A little yacht rock, Michael McDonald getting off the yacht to come in and cut some vocals. We have the piano demo version on the Geffen complete recordings box set, which at the time, that was before, you know, Amazon was around as much. So I remember I'm like, I had to pay so much money for like 4 songs because there's like only a couple bonus tracks on thing, but I had to have them. Like I had to have everything.
We feel your pain.
Yeah. Good Friends did have a music video, correct?
Yep. Not a bad video.
It's very 80s from what I recall. And I believe there's a live performance with someone else doing Michael McDonald's voice from a talk show. I did not do my research, so these are things I'm all pulling from my mind. So I could just be totally crazy.
It was a British talk show, and I think they might have hired a British singer, but I can't be. Terry Wogan is the talk show host. So she was on Terry Wogan, which is a very popular Saturday night.
Okay.
Talk show host. But yeah,
it's out there on the YouTubes if you want
to find YouTube or something.
Yep, it is.
He's no Michael McDonald, that's for damn sure. So, how do you all feel about Good Friends?
I liked it. I mean, I like Michael McDonald, so I liked hearing his voice in there. I thought it was a happy song. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah,
but definitely not like the rest of the album, like you said.
All right, we have Dave, then Bob.
I agree with you, Jeremy, that this is a bit of a tame opening. Fiction definitely should have been the first tune, if I was the producer. But it's also worth mentioning, we're suddenly talking about videos, and of course this was MTV era. Videos were not even a thing until, 1980, 81?
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, you really didn't even have a chance at promoting an album unless you had a snappy video to go with it. So we ought to be factoring in how these songs were made to work in a video. I think Shiny Toys had a video, didn't it? And several of these tunes had videos. And Joni, of course, fortunately had a very visual concept about herself, and she was very photogenic anyway, so it worked. But it was a huge change for artists to have to realize that every song has to have an accompanying creative piece of video to go with it, otherwise you can't market it.
Right.
And that's remained true to this day.
Yeah. All right, Bob.
Yeah, so further to what Dave said along the MTV things, I mean, that's right. In the 80s, music changed from an audio to a video realm. I mean, we used to, rather than play stereo, a lot of times we had a party, we just turned on MTV, and that's what we were listening to in the background. Now, the 2 videos she released were the 2 singles she released, Good Friends. The B-side was Smokin', and Shiny Toys, the B-side was 3 Great Stimulants. course, neither single did anything. The album didn't do anything commercially. That's why the 80s was difficult, as far as Michael McDonald, he was a great backup singer. I mean, Steely Dan knew that early on. They used him. Of course, Christopher Cross had him on Running Like the Wind, or whatever that song was. So he was a great background vocalist. As a premier vocalist, not so much. But, their voices are synchronized in this song. I don't like the song.
Synchronized like magic?
Yeah, it's not very magic, but, sometimes change comes at you like a broadside accident. I mean, okay, that kind of happened. So, yeah, a bad opener, bad song.
Well, I did like Michael McDonald's background vocals on Carly Simon's "You Belong to Me." As a lead vocalist, let's just move on. Ruben, your hand was up. I have nothing. And then Jamie.
He did a good background vocal on "It Keeps You Running" too, Carly Simon.
From Another Passenger
too. I always liked this song. I thought it was a good opener, and this is when we play in the car a lot. My daughter is officially tired of it at this point, but this is a good car record for some reason. I don't know why, but I always liked this one.
All right, Jamie.
I really like the writing of it. I'm just going to quote the song. Just because it I feel it's written. We're back into like good writing again. It's like yay. But also it's about Nathan Slate Joseph, the artist that she lived with in New York. And I say this with confidence because of a painting called "The Sun Goes Down in Jersey, Rises Over Little Italy" with Nathan Slate Joseph's portrait painted in it. So it's one of those songs which kind of like, it's about friendship, which is a really strange song to start with on an album about politics generally. And I like the way she swaps the words. No hearts of gold, no nerves of steel. No blame for what we can and cannot feel. No nerves of steel, no hearts of gold. No blame for what we can and can't control. Which I just love those things that she does, and it's like, yeah, cool. It's very kind of singable, very danceable, which is bizarre for a Joni Mitchell song. And wasn't the video made by the same people that did the Talking Heads music video, or it's the very same style?
Okay.
Jim Blashfeld?
I think so.
Well, a couple thoughts just crossed through my mind, then we'll go to Mark. One thing, I kind of like this song, but one thing that always bothered me was the bass line. I thought it was very like studio, like dun, 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 like very studio AOR hell. Dun, 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 dun. No, Dave.
Well, it's not a real bass. That's why.
Is it synthesized?
Well, this was the beginning of sampling. Like sampling began, I mean, for all intents and purposes, in 1984, where the ability to sample, instruments and then have 100% control over every note began. And of course, we all know Chaka Khan, right? So that was kind of the public's introduction to sampling. But this was 1985. There was like clever sampling where, like for example, Lyle Mays was had the Kurzweil 250 where there were really kind of cool orchestral samples that you could get, very expensive and everything. But so some of the Pat Metheny group stuff benefited from being able to have these expansive kind of sounds available within the group. But you could also sample your voice. You could sample a plucked string of a bass and turn it into just by playing it on a keyboard and recording it into the sequencer. And so this very kind of repetitive style of writing, which we all tried, and then you kind of sing over the top of this very constructed track that you've carefully assembled, and everything lines up perfectly, and there's no worry about slop because there isn't any, and everything's in tune because it's all, it's quantized pitch wise, and it's quantized time wise. It suddenly became this extremely mechanical, militaristic almost kind of, like marching in step kind of thing. And it's another way of looking at the 80s, because the 80s, if you grew up in the 80s, and some of you I think did, Ruben perhaps, and Jeremy,
yeah,
you probably think of the 80s as your time, right?
Mhm.
That's your but those of us who are a little older probably think of the 80s as a departure from the humanity of music, where things were done with feel and there were imperfections in the music. And now with 45 years of hindsight, everybody's getting back to, the basics. Sticking a mic in front of three musicians and singing around one mic. I mean, this is kind of what's cool right now, is back to the 1950s. And so the 80s were an experiment in making everything quote unquote perfect. And I don't know how much that was Larry Klein or Joni, and maybe she thought that was cool, and maybe they liked Thomas Dolby and Tears for Fears and thought, well, let's do that. But it really, you'd never think of Joni Mitchell in the same breath as the word inhuman.
Right.
Right. She represents humanity more than any other artist. And so in that respect, just the sound of quantization and mechanization seems to detract from what she's about. So I'm not talking about the specific songs or the lyrics or the melodies or the compositions, because I like them, but I do think the rigidity of the production style, that because this was very early days for this technology, just
Right.
as the CD was brand new, the sound of chiming bell-like synths and everything, and then absolutely metronomic timing, it seemed to go against what she was about. And so I know I'm straying off the topic, but my comment has to do with the album as a whole. I feel like that it was underserving her actual songwriting in that
Right.
respect.
And me being a kid of the 80s, I'm like, I wish she would have gone for an all-out synth bass sound on the song instead of sampling a more traditional bass sound. If this is going to be a synth album, go all out. Okay, this is the lineup I have I think we have Mark, Paz, David, Chris, then Ruben. I think that's the order of the hands I saw. So Mark, you're first. Then Paz is second.
Well, I just wanted to say I agree with Jamie that I like the writing on this particular song. Her description of friendship. I have to come and see you maybe once or twice a year. I think nothing would suit me better than some downtown atmosphere. And then the whole business of, but now it's cloak and dagger, walk on eggshells and analyze every particle of difference. I think we all go through that in close friendships, and we all have times when we fall out for whatever reason, but for somehow or another, we always stay in sync, and the really good friendships that last over the years. And I think she expresses that beautifully. I also wanted to make a comment that I remember after the record came out, she said that Thomas Dolby started to almost kind of take over some of the arrangements, and it was kind of a struggle to maintain control over it. She said he'd start building, and I'd kind of go, back off. So I kind of looked through the credits when I was looking at the record last night, and there's some that say arrangement by Joni Mitchell and Thomas Dolby, and some that say by Joni Mitchell. And I don't know how much exactly he did and how much she did.
I did read on Wikipedia that the original issue of the album, he got a production credit, but by the time of the Geffen box set reissue, he was just listed as synth programmer. So a
I think
little
he's still listed as a producer on there.
Take a look. I'll have to fix the wiki page. Okay, pause. You're next, and then David.
Yeah, I appreciate what you just said, Mark, as well as Jamie and definitely Dave. I have a vivid recollection of those days in the 80s when I was, like I said, was selling keyboards and drum machines, and we had a music store, and there was all these people coming in looking to do music, and a lot of people at that time were looking to do music, and they had all these ideas to do stuff, but they were just one guy. They weren't in a band. They didn't have a band. So for lack of a better word, I mean, there was a lot of nerds or just people that were trying to be creative, that were trying to do stuff. And I think, Thomas Dolby certainly was in the nerd category, that he got into these samplers and synths and did all that kind of programming stuff. And it does, the quantization that happens in all those records is so very precise, and it makes it sound that way. That said, Joni, in my opinion, has always come through lyrically, no matter what she's writing about. I mean, if we jump ahead to Shine, I mean, I know that that's another album that has a lot of political themes in it, but I really like that record and appreciate it as well, even though, once again, it's not one of my top albums. This song in particular, Good Friends, is a really fun song for me. I love Michael Mcdonald in it. I like a lot of the sounds in it. At the end of the day, for me, it's more about remembering the times and the feelings and where I was at the time. And so when the song does come on, it does bring a smile to my face, and I do feel like, yeah, that's Joni. Love her.
Cool. All right, next we have David, then we're going to go to Chris after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to also mention about the era, that, it was Reagan, it was AIDS, and it was also Apple's Macintosh. This really is the beginning of people having a PC on their, nearby. I don't quite know what that has to do with anything in particular about this album, but I think it's certainly really important about that moment in history, and that idea of quantification and the nerds back again. So that was definitely part of the culture going on there. Sooner or later, I really, and also I would like this song a lot if it weren't for the syntho drum, the maddening drum thing. I do think the lyrics are lovely. I think her voice is lovely, which I don't find her voice being particularly lovely in either Wild Things Run Fast or through most of this album. I find her voice really hard to listen to often, but it's okay in this track. So I would actually like to hear some covers of it, because the arrangement is really, I don't know, not okay. Thanks.
All right, Chris, and then Ruben.
Yeah, I think I want to echo what Dave was saying, though, because the trick is that this was sort of like an argument against all of the organic 1970s. Suddenly we were walking into a very mechanized, very militaristic, the marching, the regular drum beat that just seemed completely without any kind of imperfection to it. It was so perfectly timed. And David, I think you're right that the ability of the Macintosh computer to sort of hide itself behind, point and click, graphics and that kind of thing. People weren't needing to do mathematic DOS, equations, in order to get information into a machine. They could click on images and icons that, were facsimiles of the organic feelings, that, things that meant something to them. In that way, I think, though, that music was moving into an era where we were sort of witnessing the sort of, almost when a cold front and a warm front come together, there's a little bit of friction here, even in Joni Mitchell's studio with Thomas Dolby, whereby the two, fronts are meeting, and maybe there'll be a storm, and maybe it'll be a mess, maybe it'll be a disaster, who knows? But her organic writing and the packaging of it sort of put into this very, very regular beat and mechanical sounds. You know what? This is actually was a really good song to choose to open the record, because it did it in a way that maintained enough of the organic, but still exposed you to some of really the heavy flavor you were going to get later on in the record.
All right, Ruben.
I just wanted to say I appreciate what you said, Dave, about I think there is a lot of good writing on this, and I think the production and the event of the record kind of distracted from that. And even now, when anybody refers to Dog Eat Dog, it's the 80s album, or it's the Thomas Dolby album. Nobody ever talks about the songs. This is, aside from this list, the Joni list, nobody ever remembers any of the songs. It's always the sort of 80s Joni album event. And I think that is too bad, because there are some great songs on here that might have gotten noticed if they hadn't gotten lost in all the other stuff.
In the 80s mire. All right, Jim.
Okay. Since Jahida isn't here, I'm going to take over the reading for tonight and defer to Jamie, I'm sure. But I've got the box set here, and the liner notes. I can confirm that Wikipedia is right. Produced by Joni Mitchell in big letters, and then in smaller letters, co-produced by Larry Klein. And then their engineering and mixing credits to Mike Shipley, and sound file assistance by Thomas Dolby. Sound file assistance by Thomas Dolby. And then his name appears further down as synthesizer programming.
Sorry, Thomas.
Yeah. Well, okay. I guess I'm sorry I was late, but I want to take this chance to say this is sort of my feeling on this is that this is Joni looking outward, and so it's all about this is one of the first albums where she starts talking about things she's seeing on TV and things she's seeing on the street much more often than the internal landscapes that she gave us on earlier albums. Including Hejira, right? I mean, yeah, it was a road album, but it was pretty much about what she's thinking on the road. And so then on to Dog Eat Dog. The other day, I was listening to two tracks from the ancient days, Louie Louie and a cover of Wipeout. But Louie Louie was the real deal from the Garage Band, and Wipeout was a cover by the Ventures. And listening to it, you could tell that the Ventures were a working band, and they were not a garage band. They were sort of slumming by covering Wipeout. And it was really interesting because they were adding flourishes where none existed in the original and stuff. And the drummer was far more capable, and yet they were able to still make it, organic. And I don't think it's a coincidence that in the 80s, when the music began to resemble Velveeta cheese, that I started to take more and more interest in jazz. I started buying jazz albums. There's nothing more organic than, a jazz trio in a nightclub. I'm out.
All right. Do we have any other thoughts on Good Friends? All right. Michael McDonald's about to leave the building. Did I miss anybody?
Dave and Robin raised their hands. I think.
Oh. Go ahead, Dave.
My point was, again, not specifically about this song, so maybe it's maybe I should hold it, but I just remember at that time that this sound was really exciting, not as a listener for me, but as a maker of music. First of all, just synthesizers that could play chords, they were pretty new. I mean, 1981 basically was the first time you could play a chord on a synthesizer. And people had been wanting drummers to play perfect time for decades. And when Steely Dan were making Gaucho, they were getting into hair splitting about rushing and dragging and this little snare drum's slightly late. And so they talked to Roger Nichols, their engineer, and said, is there anything you can do about this? And he said, well, I think I could invent a machine that would let us manipulate where those beats fall. And they said, great, how much do you want? And he said, I need 150 grand. So Fagen and Becker in 1979, they gave Roger Nichols 150 grand to build this computerized device, which let him sample the drummer that played his best take and slip things around in milliseconds to, make them happy. Well, it was 1 year later that the Lindrum came out, where it was only $5,000. So for $5,000, you could buy a drum machine that had realistic drum sounds, so we thought, and when you tapped in the beat, it came out already quantized. You didn't even have to do it manually. It automatically slipped everything to the grid. So this is something that producers had been seeking for years, is trying to make rhythm accurate, because they thought, well, the more accurate it'll be, the better the groove will be. Nobody knew that groove was actually the inaccuracies. If you took Little Feat and you quantized it, it wouldn't be any good at all. And in fact, Rick Beato just did a thing recently where he took Led Zeppelin. I think he took When the Levee Breaks or something, one of those, great Zeppelin tunes. And then he quantized it just to show his people what it would sound like if all the timing was quote unquote perfect. And of course it sounds horrible. So, but we didn't know that yet. We just, we were all, pursuing this goal of better records. And to make better records, you have all the notes in tune and you have all the beats in time. So we thought, and I used to work as a drum programmer because drummers couldn't get any work for a few years. Nobody wanted drummers. But if you could program drum machines well, you were useful. So you could actually work. And so this just brings back memories just talking about this stuff. But I can totally see why Larry Klein and Joni were enthralled by this technology. There was no way of knowing at that time that this would sound dated or inhuman or cold or any of the things that we might ascribe to that. At the time, it was just super exciting to be able to finally do this stuff.
And I wonder if music will ever have something else that comes along that gives such a sense of newness and an unknown future. I feel like no, but I don't know if I'm being cynical.
Auto-tuning.
Oh, all right.
Auto-tuning.
Poor T-Pain. Speaking of auto-tune, you have to watch the documentary on him. He got the raw end. All right. Any thoughts on Good Friends before Michael McDonald goes back to the yacht? Jim.
I just want to follow up on what Dave said. My gosh, that I'm not sure exactly when Saturday Night Fever hit, but between drum machines and disco, I almost completely checked out during that period, and thank God for Steely Dan and Bruce Springsteen. Now, the one last thing about disco. When I heard, I was sick of that after like 10 seconds. And it went on and on and on. I don't know how long that era was, but for me, longer than 10 seconds was too much. I'm out.
Don't talk about Donna Summer on my podcast. You guys will all be in trouble. All right, we're going to move on from Good Friends because I refuse to spend 2 nights on Dog Eat Dog, Joni Mitchell. Bob, please tell me how many people covered.
We will have to be spending a lot of time talking about Dog Eat Dog covers because nobody wants to cover most of these stinkers.
Good Friends, you and me. All right.
No.
Up next, track number 2. Not recorded by Bret Michaels' girlfriend, Susie Hatton, on her debut album, but recorded by Joni Mitchell. A song. This is the jungle line of the album, in my opinion. Like where shit gets real on Dog Eat Dog. And look, Chris's hand is already up, and then we have Bob.
Who's up?
Chris.
Oh, okay. I just have one thing to say about this song. Okay. It's got some of her most clever rhymes and some of her worst. And sometimes I can't listen to it because I know a really bad rhyme is going to come up, and I can't. So I skip it. That's the only thing I have to say about this song. It's too clever by half.
You know what I freaking love is that chorus. Elusive dreams, vague desires. Like, I just could sing that all the time. Bob.
Oh, I do have one other thing to say about this song. When I met her and I told her that I worked in advertising, I told her that she really skewered us good with this song. And her answer was kind of, I forget exactly how she put it. She basically said something to the effect of, well, if the shoe fits.
Oh. All right, we have Bob, then Sue.
Yeah, so the one good thing about the song, Jeremy, is that line, elusive dreams and vague desires fanned to fiery needs by sexy boys and flaming TV fires. That's a good line.
That's a hook, too. That's a hook.
Yeah. This is one of 2 songs she wrote with Klein on this record. And we'll see on Chalkmark, when she writes with Klein, they don't get along. Joni even said, Klein writes in very short snippets, and I write in big, long sentences. So when we write together, it doesn't work out very well. And this song does not work out very well. It's one of the worst songs on the record. Again, the production's bad. The lyrics are bad. You have to remember where her bar is. This is somebody who wrote, if you look at all the albums up to this point, right? I'll just say these discussions, I listened to the album for an entire month, and it's always a joy to listen to records. This one I heard 3 times. I said, I can't do it anymore. 3 times is fine. I know where I'm at with this record.
All right, I'm going to say publicly, quote me here, that I like Fiction better than A Case of You.
So you're the guy.
Did you say you like it better than A Case of You?
Correct.
Were you being facetious or were you being honest?
I really like the song.
I would actually.
I mean, it's okay to like it. People eat McDonald's hamburgers every day. Doesn't make them good.
I love McDonald's hamburgers,
but it doesn't make them good.
It doesn't make them bad.
It's a matter of opinion, Yeah. All this is a matter of opinion.
It's truth. Fiction.
I think this song works better in the context of the compilation that became the beginning of Survival than it does on this record.
I got Michael
There's-
McDonald, and then I got a hook. I'm in 87 here.
I liked the way she sings on this one too. She sings in a much more aggressive way on this track than she has before, I think. It's just a whole new thing. This whole project was different for her, and some of us obviously liked the outcome better than others, but I think it was a brave move no matter how you look at it.
But can you dance to this song?
Hell yeah. Okay. First, I have one thing I have to say, then we're gonna go to Sue and then Dave. Is I love that chorusy Michael Lant, the guitar kind of had that Boys of Summer chorusy 1985 80s guitar. I'm totally here for this, and I think the Coquito's kicking in a little bit. Sue.
I've been defending Dog Eat Dog for so long, and it's like
You've
I
met
love
your
the
partner.
album. Yeah, I mean, I understand why people don't like it, and I walked through so many record stores where it was like $2 in the bin, that was heartbreaking.
The cutout.
For Joni.
I do like this song, and I have to say again that I like it for its description of the emotions of just trying to reflect the what was going on in those days. It's like everything seemed to be turning into plastic. As far as and having this indecision of okay, what do I do in this chaos? What do I do in fiction, truth, and
What should you buy? What should you be?
right, and
Doctor, lawyer, Indian chief.
exactly, and the other thing is that remember that talking about old videos. Well, Dylan did a video in the '60s where he's in the alley with the signs and the lyrics, And this song sounds like something like that. Like she's just throwing out a lot of images, based on what was real and what was not real in this new, where everything, in pop culture was changing, and she doesn't really, she's just laying it all out there. I don't really think that, she's talking about, it goes back to that what we always talked about in the JMDL, the old duality, Our Lady of Duality. Like she's always talking about opposites, and trying to get to a point of, is this right or is it wrong, and how do you be real within this,
Be totally crass. I just feel like there's a lot of fake motherfuckers out there. Fiction of the moralist, the nihilist, the innovator, the stylist. Like,
well, we'll get into it later. She really hates the fake religious people,
Mm-hmm.
and during that time is the I think there's a movie out now about them, Jim Baker and Tammy Faye, that type of stuff, I mean, it's just, and politics, of course. The whole Reagan thing was driving everybody crazy. But I really like the song. I mean, I think that it's another one of those. I think that she really wanted to do something more political, more about the culture, going along with all the new equipment that she had. I don't know too much about how all that stuff works, but I think that you can dance to this song.
I wish I could have been a fly on the wall at that 1985 art show where they're like, new songs by Joni Mitchell, and then this stuff comes going through the speakers. Like, I wonder what people are like. Oh, okay, Joni. Paz, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks, Sue, for your comments. I mean, I like the song too. I did it at the time. It's not a song that I would say, oh, hey, Sue, let's do a version of that for the next Joni Fest. I don't think it'd be one that I would cover, but at the time, and only for the reasons that you just described. And so, yeah. So, thank you.
All right, Mark, and then Ruben.
Well, I like the song too. And it almost predicts the internet, because she's talking about so much comes at you, too much for me, and we've been, bombarded by the information highway, also by all of these products. I mean, consumerism, she's skewing big time here, but she's also talking about how it's all coming at you and it's confusing as hell, and you don't know what's good, what's bad, and it almost predicts the age of fake news, what's real and what isn't. And all of these things that keep coming at you. Chris, maybe she's making a commentary about the advertising business with all those bad rhymes. Anyway.
All right, Ruben.
Something, Jeremy, you just said reminded me. I have a framed ad downstairs. I'll go pull it up during the break, but it's from Billboard or something, and it's a full page ad for Dog Eat Dog, and it's the picture of her. It's like a vertical picture, and she's standing kind of looking down, smirking at the dog that's standing next to her, and it says Joni Mitchell's new album and single, and it says "Good Friends, a wonderful song, a wonderful album," and it just has always struck me as funny. Like, whoever put this ad together clearly hadn't listened to it, didn't know anything about her, or it just out of all of her wonderful albums, this isn't the one you would use that tagline on to me. And I just thought it was funny. I'll go find that during the break. But
now, just to redeem myself in front of this group, I do not think fiction is better than Amelia. Okay, so I just want to put that out there. All right. Do we have any other thoughts on fiction? Dave?
Well, one of the problems I have with this album as a whole is I can't hear the lyrics. And the reason I can't hear the lyrics is because of the way the vocal is mixed. And I actually do like fiction, just at least from the groove of it. And I think Mike Landau does some beautiful guitar work on it. But I have never even heard the lyrics on this song. As many times as I've heard this album, I'd have to read them to know what they were. And one of the things that happened in the 80s, and Paz will probably corroborate this, was the lexicon reverb, digital reverb, was introduced in about 82. And all of a sudden, instead of the old options for reverb, which were a plate, electronic plate, or a chamber underneath the studio, which Capitol Studios is famous for, you had this ability to create artificial spaces inside a box. And Dog Eat Dog is full of this. You hear competing sonic spaces, like the drums will have one space, the vocals will have another, the guitar will have another. There'll be 3 or 4 different sonic spaces coming at your brain simultaneously, which is very disorienting. And the vocals have been tucked way back in the mix with a very kind of, what would you say? It's almost like a cavern kind of a sound on some of these. This song's a good example where you can hear that there's a singer singing, but you can hear the melody, but you can't really make out the words because the drums are so up front and the vocals are not only quiet, but they're far away.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a real lack of distinctness. And I think Joni has a problem with this too, because she's been speaking to Matt Lee about redoing this album and bringing her vocal out. Anyway, so I do actually like this tune much more than Bob, but not because I think the lyrics are good, because I've never even heard them.
Not to mention the gated drums, which, my God.
Everybody was trying to mimic the Phil Collins gated drum sound, which was it was a discovery in 1979 that gave a very unique sound, but it became a gimmick, just like all gimmicks. You overuse it and it becomes hideous. But it was incredibly exciting to hear Intruder on Peter Gabriel's third album, where the snare drum and the bass drum are just in this this otherworldly space. But and of course they used it on In the Air Tonight on the drum fill. But that was 5 years before this. And so by the time 1985 comes around, you could buy a Yamaha, what was it called? The Rev 7 or something?
Rev 5, Rev 5 and Rev 7, yeah.
SPX 90. You could buy these
Yeah.
reverb units that had the gated reverb preset in it. So you didn't have to do it yourself. You just like slap it on your drums and here it goes, you know, and it became synonymous with 1981, but now by 85 it's dated. So when you use technology in this way to try to be cutting edge, you're almost always regretting it 2-3 years later because it sounds like, you know, 3 years earlier. And that's why when you go back to piano and guitar, like on Night Ride Home, it's suddenly it's like, oh, we're not dated anymore. This is actual, you know, wood and steel. So the 80s, for all of its good music that actually was being made, the production style was hiding it in many cases. I happen to think that Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, is an exception to that because I think they did it really well. But there are many examples of pop music from the 80s where everything's out of perspective. The vocals are buried by the drums and the lyrics are buried by reverb and delays. And even though there's cool things going on, like Mike Landau, who incidentally, he was the Larry Carlton of the 80s. So like in the 70s, everybody wanted Larry Carlton because he played super tasty stuff and had a beautiful tone. Well, in the 80s into the 90s, you had Mike Landau, who had this stereo chorus kind of thing going on where it was this lush sound, and he really had these tasty parts that he would come up with. On Fiction is a great example, actually. Everybody wanted him on their records, so he was the most working guitar player back then. So there are things I like about Fiction, and there's a lot of things I like about Dog Eat Dog, but just sonically, it's hard to hear important things in it for all these reasons. And so you're kind of going through a fad phase here. And this was the same year that Sting did his first Dream of the Blue Turtles, but he didn't fall into the drum machine thing. He had Omar Hakim and, you know, had a great rhythm section, tons of reverb, you know, all that stuff, but he also had a real band. And that's why that record, I think, holds up better because it's players playing.
It was definitely an interesting year for our 70s singers because the same year as Joni's Dog Eat Dog, Carly gave us Spoiled Girl. Does anyone else know that album? Woo! Woohoo! It's something. All right.
It's something.
It's something. I love it. All right. Any other thoughts on Fiction before Bob tells us the thousands of people that covered it?
Yeah, it's been covered 5,000 times. No, there's no covers. I thought there was one, but it was a rumor of some guy in Croatia, a synthesizer player. When I did a deep dive, he actually did a song on SoundCloud called Fiction or Fact. So no covers of this one that I'm aware of.
I'm going to cover
it. I will also say, as just a bit of trivia, that when you hear fiction, fiction, truth, this is Larry Klein is saying truth in a Russian voice. So he's saying truth, and they synthesized the voice to fit the lyric. I mean, to fit the music beat. For what that's worth.
Now, here's a little sidebar, but Blue 50 years later finally got its day in the sun. Do you all feel that someday Dog Eat Dog is gonna get its moment? Because I don't think so. Oh, Sue!
No.
Come on,
now,
Sue.
What could happen is
Dog Eat Dog naked.
What could happen is that this album gets re-recorded and the songs are more, we've heard this used word already 1,000 times, organic, right? I mean, acoustic, real instruments, and by real, I don't mean to insult anybody, but all the synthesizer stuff, just it makes these songs sound, not good now. And some of them weren't good then.
Speaking of acoustic instruments, one of our musicians here, Sue, is going to treat us to an acoustic performance of the next track from Dog Eat Dog.
Woohoo!
So, was this one of the songs that Joni Mitchell did at the apartheid concert where people were throwing cups on the stage?
I think it was Farm Aid.
It's Farm Aid?
It's Farm Aid.
No, it's Amnesty International.
Amnesty International.
Can you hear me?
It's horrific. I saw
I
it.
can hear
live,
you.
and
Yes.
It made me
Can
cry.
you hear me, guys?
Quit
Yeah.
pitching shit up here. I'm not that
I can
bad.
hear you. Yeah.
Dig.
All right,
All right, Sue's going to perform for us. Sue Tierney.
here we go. I picked the morning paper off the floor. It was full of other people's little wars. When they like their peace, don't we get bored? And they call for the three great stimulants of the exhausted ones: artifice, brutality, and innocence. Artifice and innocence. No tanks have ever rumbled through the streets, and the drone of planes at night have never frightened me. I keep the hours in the company that I please, and we call for the three great stimulants of the exhausted ones: artifice, brutality, and innocence. Artifice and innocence. Oh, and deep in the night, our appetites find us, release us and bind us. Deep in the night, while madmen set up building bombs, they're making laws and bars. They wanna slam free choice behind us. I saw a little lawyer on the tube. He said it's so easy now, anyone can sue. Let me show you how your petty aggravations can profit you. Call on the three great stimulants of the exhausted ones: artifice, brutality, and innocence. Artifice and innocence. Oh, and deep in the night, our appetites find us, release us and bind us. Deep in the night, while madmen set up building bombs, they're making laws and bars. They wanna slam free choice behind us. Last night I dreamed I saw the planet flicker. Big forests fell like buffalo. Everything got sicker. And to the bitter hand, big business for your help.
All right, Sue, that was your favorite performance they've done on Phonogenics yet. I was thinking when Sue was playing that, like that version could be on Turbulent Indigo.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me remember, because I didn't have time to listen to the album. I fucking love this. Like, I love this song so much.
I know
And it's so true.
Probably the best one on the album.
All right, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, after a couple of missteps, this song is totally brilliant. The melody's wonderful. The lyrics are wonderful. It's Joni back in her essence again. The production has some flaws to it. But when this song is stripped down like Sue did and like Joni did in his piano version, which, by the way, I will post tomorrow, this 1985 performance she did in London with an interview where she performs acoustic piano versions of Dog Eat Dog, Impossible Dreamer, and this song. And you realize how good these songs really are if they had to been put in this crazy ass blender of production with Mike Shipley, Thomas Dolby, Larry Klein, Joni Mitchell. She herself said she had to fight and claw every inch of the way to get this record made, to try to make it the way she wanted it to be heard. So yeah, this song, for all of you who are mad at me for hating the first two songs, this song I love. It's a brilliant song. It's Joni at her best again, on top of her game.
At her best. Best. All right. Let me get us back to the grid here. That honestly took my breath away. Okay, Mark, your hand is up.
I actually like the production on this song on Dog Eat Dog. That's sort of almost like Chains or something when she's singing Deep in the Night. Our appetites find us, release us, and blind us. That, I don't know, there's just something about it. It is a beautiful song and Sue's version was absolutely fantastic and gorgeous. But the acoustic versions are very beautiful. But I don't know that the song should be beautiful.
Yeah.
And also she's borrowed a bit from Nietzsche in this one. Artifice, brutality, and innocence. And she says that in the notes in the box set. And there was something else I was going to say. Where did it go? Maybe I should mute for a bit.
All right, so we have David and Chris, and then Bob.
I just want to thank you, Sue, because when you sang it, I thought, my God, this is one of her very best songs. It's a fabulous song. And it's only recent, because, for years I've thought, artifice, brutality, and innocence, but now it's like, yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Artifice, brutality, innocence. I mean, look at the world.
Do we have to?
Yeah, I know, exactly.
We have to.
I just thought of what I wanted to say.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
And it kind of relates to what David said. The thing that this song always brings to mind, and it's kind of gruesome, but is JonBenet Ramsey. I mean, Artifice, they were making her this little beauty queen, brutality, the way she was murdered, and she was an innocent, and that to me just kind of puts it all in a nutshell.
It's interesting to look at the song from my age now, 46, because, a lot of my contemporary friends are still trying to go out to the clubs and wish they were 20. I feel like, instead of embracing where life takes us, kind of that carnivorous wanting to eat from the youth and the innocence as that stimulant. So, Chris and then Bob.
I think I agree with what Mark and Dave are saying here, in that I agree with Mark that I think that the sound textures production added what this song needed. Upon hearing it and understanding what I thought the lyric was trying to say, I was praying so hard that she was wrong and that she wasn't being prescient at all, that this was not a vision for the future. But something kept telling me she's going to be right about this. And that's what was so horrifying about this song. This was my moment of terror on this record. As dark as some of the other songs are in sort of like reflecting the present moment, this was leaning toward the future, and what it was showing me was really, truly terrifying. But I agree that I think that this is not a song that I think it benefited from the darker, mechanized and urban kind of, dystopia that was painted in the studio with it. And I'm happy that they treated it the way they did.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Grace Jones' Slave to the Rhythm album. So this is, to me, like Joni gets a little slave to the rhythm, production wise. Bob and then David.
Yeah, so just real quick, I mean, Joni always tells us in her records where she's at. And on this record, she's in two places. Number one, she's in a very happy relationship and she's in love. But number two, the world she lives in is really screwed up and she has to speak out against that. So there's a bit of duality in that. When it was funny, when I started searching for covers, I typed in 3 great stimulants and it was Nietzsche. He wrote a paper about a poem or something. Mark knows for sure what that was about. But, Nietzsche wrote about the 3 great stimulants, artifice, brutality, and innocence. And then the other thing I'll do, I won't play the whole thing, but I'm going to give you a snippet of when Joni played 3 great stimulants, just stripped down to her and the piano on this London show. If y'all can hear that, she's on guitar. And I think he's on piano.
Zoom is trashing
Would lay like their peace when we get bored and come for the 3 great stimulants of the exhausted ones, artifice, brutality, and innocence. Artifice and innocence.
All right, thanks for indulging me. But these are really great acoustic recordings of a couple of songs in this record that prove out that the album has really good songs on it, but they get buried in the in some of the production things. But this is certainly one of the best, if not the best, songs on the record.
It would be interesting to see if she pulls out a bunch of alternate takes or other demos or something when we get to this part of the archives too.
Okay, let's hope.
Yeah.
There's an old joke that your music is better than it sounds, but it's actually kind of apropos here because we're actually trying to hear the music through the sound.
All right, David, is your hand up?
Yeah. I just there was a Netflix documentary on the U.S. history in Afghanistan, recent U.S. history in Afghanistan, and after all this, 8 hours of this coverage of brutality, they were interviewing some of the soldiers coming home, and they kept saying, I don't know what we're here for, I don't know what we're here. They keep telling us we're defending freedom. They keep telling us we're defending freedom, and I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And one of them finally says, when I came home, I realized the freedom is the freedom of Americans to remain ignorant and innocent. And I thought, oh yeah. So I thought of this song.
All right, Dave.
That word innocence, I have to confess I haven't read the Nietzsche paper, so I probably should before I even ask this. But that has been a tricky one for me to grasp. It's obvious what the stimulants of artifice and brutality are. We've watched it for the last few years every day. But innocence, it could be the exploitation of the innocent, as Chris or Mark, I think, mentioned. It could be the feigning of innocence. Saying, it's a witch hunt. Nothing to do with me. They love me. It could be the feigning of innocence. I'm still unclear exactly how innocence becomes a stimulant, because I'm not convinced that it's the exploitation of the innocent. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
David, did you have a?
I'll talk about that, but I've just talked a lot, but I'll keep going. There's the innocence in the sense of I'm not guilty, or the sense that nothing I do is wrong, so I can keep doing this. I'm right, and God shines on me. That gives this kind of ability to act. It stimulates horrible actions. So that's my kind of sense is that if what you are doing is never going to have anything is going to wrong is going to come of it because you're on God's side or God's on your side, then hey, keep going.
So it's a form of narcissism.
Or ignorance. I'd say it's more ignorance than narcissism, but both. A careful way of maintaining your narcissism that keeps you looking pretty.
I was thinking about that part of it, the innocence, when I was thinking about how George Floyd was killed. So, and the way you were, I was thinking about it as him being innocent, but now the way you described that, I think maybe the policeman thought he was innocent and he was justified in what he was doing. Does that equate, or is that just...
That's what I see. It's like it just doesn't stick to me. None of this.
Yeah. Yeah,
All these times, all these changing times. Mark, and then Jamie.
I never thought of it in terms of guilt and innocence before. I kind of think of like Marilyn Monroe in her early movies. She was this sex goddess, but she also had this quality of being kind of clueless or innocent about her. And I think that was very stimulating. That seems to be more what she was driving at to me. Like I said, I had never thought about it in terms of guilt and innocence. So I think that's a strong possibility too.
It's like childishness. Children are innocent because they're unaware.
Right.
I just felt like people just didn't want to grow the fuck up. All right, Jamie, then pause.
This has been really, really interesting chat. I love Dave's technological kind of like studio stuff because it's like a lesson in. I hate to sound insulting, but it's like music history. But it's brilliant, and that's why I love these chats so much. So thank you, Jeremy. Sue, that was wonderful. I always get choked up about the line, "No tanks have ever rumbled through these streets, and the drone of planes at night has never frightened me. I keep the hours and the company that I please, and we call for the three great stimulants." Because it's essentially about her privilege.
Yep.
And also our privilege. I mean, I live in London, and it's been 70 years since, drones of planes have bombed London. So it's fading in living memory. And all this talk about refugees coming over to the UK at the moment, and how people can't understand what that's like, to have the country that you live in bombed. and I always go back to these line to that phrase, how privileged we are, really, and she's just held up that mirror to us, and how quickly we can slip into that kind of wanting to be needing those stimulants to become to forget our privilege. I don't know. There's something about that. I don't know. Yeah.
All right, Paz, was your hand up? I thought I saw a hand
So
up.
I'm eating dinner, but I'm very thank you, Jamie, for those comments, and Dave and David, Mark, such deep insight into this song. What occurs to me is that almost 40 years later, where we are now and what we know now and what Dave was saying about what we've been through the last few years, it certainly changes the context of what we're listening to and what those words mean to us now as opposed to what they meant then. And this is, a struggle that I've always had with Joni's music and with the Joni Mitchell discussion list, that, what the songs mean to her, what they mean to me, what they mean to each of you, is also different. And that's what the beauty of this music is, that it brings out so much inner feelings in all of us. And it's really, that's what, to me, makes her the brilliant artist that she is, and the brilliant group that we have here amongst us. And it's an honor to be amongst you. Thank you for all your comments. This album is growing on me as we speak, and I've always loved this song. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I will admit that this discussion is kind of rattling me a little bit, like in a great way, though. It's good to just feel again in a way, because I think we just go through the world with so much armor on, and shit, who thought Dog Eat Dog would get the armor off? All right, Mark, was your hand up?
Yeah, Jamie's comments reminded me, I think it was the day after 9/11. I was at home and Travis was at work, and I heard a plane in the sky, and it scared the fucking crap out of me. And it turned out we heard it on the news later, it was a private plane or something that I'd not heard about, the no-fly or whatever. But really, though, like Jamie said, the drone of planes at night, the tanks have never rumbled through our streets, and it is a privilege, and it's something, that most of us, I assume, have never experienced. And God forbid that we should ever have to, but there's so many people in the world that have, like the poor Syrians and other places, and what Afghanistan was. Anyway, that's enough.
All right, any final thoughts before we get our cover version, and then we're going to move on to tax-free. We'll do Chris and then Bob.
Just to echo what Mark was just saying, she talks about it in the lyrics. Wouldn't they like their peace? Other people's little wars. There's all of this background noise going on that we for decades would hear about and know that there was unrest going on somewhere else in the world, but everything is just hunky-dory right here. So what we've talked about tonight has really perspectivized the song for me again, in terms of really understanding the American perspective in relation to what this lyric is talking about, and finding that sense of self within it. I mean, you can't understand this song without sort of looking in the mirror and wearing the coat of where the United States government has taken us and its foreign policy, and and frankly, in all the Western governments have taken us in the post-war era, and we're talking post-World War II, because this is all grown out of that, and it's where it took a very clear vision, whether or not it originated with Nietzsche, or whether or not it originated, with the other, whether or not it originated with all of the other academic and learned people in the post-war era, to perspectivize us and to let us know that we have a responsibility, and it exists to this time right now, and we shouldn't shirk it even now. I'm really happy to be having this conversation tonight. Thank you, Jeremy.
Absolutely. All right, I think we have Bob, and then Jim, and then Paz, and then we're gonna move on to
so just a quick wrap up. I mean, this song is so good. If somebody would ask me what's your favorite lyric from this song, it would be like any song from his era, where if you name a lyric, the next one's just as good, and the next one's just as good. It's really hard to name what your favorite lyric is in this song. It's a really wonderful song, and it has been covered, as you all know, on volume 256. I put it out there by Rush and Gambell in 2015. It's a nice version of it. A little, it's different. It's been covered another time, I think, in '86 for the first time by a band called Jar and Big Dish. I have not seen any evidence of that cover, so it may or may not exist. I'm not sure how I got that information, but I did at one point. So anyway, this is the first song that has been covered, and for good reason. It's the first song on the record that anybody would want to do.
All right, Jim, and then Paz.
Okay, thanks. I had no idea that the three great stimulants was going to be such a hot topic, and that, like everybody else, I guess I have a deeper appreciation. So thanks everybody for digging below the surface. On the other hand, Marcel Dest once said that listening to anything from Nietzsche is ridiculous because he killed himself. That's Marcel in a nutshell. The other thing is, I think there's hope for the country, because we had a big wake-up call on Friday night. We had a big wake-up call when tornadoes ripped through the country, and the wind was so strong it knocked a train off its tracks. And we held our breath to find out if all the people in the candle factory were, wiped out, or if they were all safe in the same hallway. And we got lucky this time. I'm out.
I feel you, Jim, and I know that's in your backyard, just right below where you are, right? I mean, it's been on my heart all this week. It's been a rough week in that respect. This song brought back, memories when somebody asked if we'd ever heard those sounds of planes above you. From my childhood, what I remember in 1967, when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and we went back to Detroit for her to see the specialist, the cancer doctor, and she had to go through surgery. At that time, we were staying at my grandmother's house on Virginia Park Avenue, which was 4 doors off of Woodward Avenue, where the Algiers Motel was, and the race riots that was sort of command central with H. Rap Brown and all of that. At the time, there was tanks going up and down the street, and my grandmother's street had cobblestones on it, so they were particularly loud, and I just remember the sound tonight. And then again, unlike maybe what they felt in England at the time during the World War II era, Honduras had a conflict with El Salvador, and while it was not a huge war, I was very little at the time, very young, and there was these, we had to stay home. We were told we couldn't go anywhere because, they were going to come bomb us, and there was these sounds of planes above, and they were actually not even Army planes, they were DC-3s, and they were rolling bombs out of the side of the plane, and most of them didn't go off, they just sort of landed with a thud, but it brought back that memory too, and that's just amazing. Like I say, how powerful this song is, especially one like this one, where it can bring back those memories and scare the shit out of you. And thanks for mentioning those people, Jim, and thanks for all your comments tonight. It's good to have you on board here.
All right. Any other thoughts on 3 Great Stimulants? All right, and Bob gave us the artist who did the cover version, correct? All right, cool. All right, well, let's all take a collective just to breathe in and breathe out. I think that was up there with our damn Paprika Plains discussion. We're gonna do our like top 10 discussions. All right, so I think it's time to go hang out with the drag queens and the punks and just say fuck it, right? Tax Free. That was another song that Larry Klein did the music for, correct? And Joni did the lyrics.
Correct. Yeah, this is the other one they co-wrote.
Thoughts on Tax Free? Pause. Is your hand up on Tax Free, or is that left over from the last song?
Sorry, it's from the last time. Let me take it down. Sorry.
Okay. Who wants to get us? Okay, David.
This is just a question. Was this the time when Joni was actually having huge tax issues? 'Cause I know there was some point when she was, and I just wondered if this was it.
I think
I think it was right after, yeah.
I just remember when the first time I heard this, that the preacher was so damn annoying, but I guess that's on brand for how they were in real life. Sexually active. All right, Chris. Then Bob.
This song actually for it's sadly still relevant. It hasn't lost any relevance in 40 years. And that's the sad. I think it still speaks for itself. Not much has changed. And that is what's wrong, unfortunately. If anything, the problem's been exacerbated, but so long as the religious right maintains a stranglehold, whether or not it's within the federal government or within the state legislatures, it's going to be a problem, because one of the truest lines she ever wrote was, "You get witch hunts and wars when church and state hold hands." That is, without a doubt, the clearest distillation of what is wrong with America. I think so much can grow out of that one line.
So much could grow if we could get a little tax money from some churches, right? Okay. Bob.
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? This was when in '85, when we had Ralph Reed and the whole Christian right-wing Christian coalition, and they made their plans, which are going stronger than ever. Yes, of course, this song is more relevant now than then. Woodstock, for Christ's sake, is still very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I was raised in a religious family, and I was religious until about the year 2002. When we went to war with Iraq on false pretenses, which we all knew there was no reason for us to do that. That the president was just wanting revenge for his dad, because Saddam Hussein wanted to kill his dad. And I didn't expect, but when I saw the Christian church not only did not condemn the fact that we were killing innocent people, they embraced it, right? And so the line in this song, how can he speak for the Prince of Peace when he's hawk right militant? You know, it was true then. It's still true, and that was right then when I totally severed ties with the church and said, you know, they're all hypocrites, and I'm done with you guys. And you know, a veil was lifted from my eyes, and you could see reality and truth. And this is not a great song, of course, but you know, it addresses an issue that I think has been rarely addressed. And as far as Jim and Tammy Faye, that are, I guess, on the screen now, Jim Baker's always been a snake oil salesman, but Tammy Faye, if you dig into Tammy Faye, she was actually a pretty genuine person.
Yeah.
Her documentary, she was one of the first people, talk show to have a gay man with AIDS on the show, and even made the point that, you know, God loves you like God loves everyone, and blah blah blah. So, you know, kudos to her. But
that's called The Eyes of Tammy Faye, right, Jim?
Right.
Yeah, but in one generation, look at the difference between Billy Graham and Franklin Graham. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of either one, but Franklin Graham is 100% pure charlatan, you know, just a money grubber. And the money now is huge. I mean, these are lots and lots of money. If we could tax the churches, which we very well should, their businesses, you know, just imagine what we could do. I'm out.
I don't have much to say. All I'm doing is just shaking my head. Oh, Annette.
Yeah, I want to say.
Yay! Jump on in.
I have a comment finally. Well, I was looking at the lyrics here, but on the subject of Tammy Faye, the fella that was that he had AIDS. Well, his friends had AIDS. He was the guy that she interviewed on her show way back in the 80s and was unheard of. And she was really loving and asked him all about what was going on. And he was a friend of mine from prep school, and he's still around. He got to go to the opening. He was so thrilled, you know, talking about his glitter shoes that he was going to wear and everything. He was just so thrilled to be, you know, invited, and you got to see him on TV when he was younger. But I mean, it really did show a lovely side of her. She was really trying to reach out, and at that time it was probably unheard of for evangelists to be talking to someone like that. But I was looking at the lyrics, and what I find interesting about this song, besides the fact that now I'm on the wrong song, sorry, because I don't have these memorized. She starts, if you guys remember, that she's been out partying, because I remember the 80s. That's what I was doing too. And front rooms, back rooms, slide into tables, crowd into bathrooms. We all know what that was about. Joke around, cheap talk, deep talk around the clock, crawl home, lie down, you know, feeling bad, your heart's pounding. I remember all that. And so she flips on the tube and she sees these hypocrites. But she draws a lot of parallels to the partiers and the rockers too, is what I get out of it. Like, damn their noisy bands, damn their souls, but at the same time, she says, scream into the mic, spit into the loving cup, strut like a rooster like Mick Jagger, march like a man, God's hired hands and the devil bands, packing the same grandstands. So I feel like she was having mixed feelings about, you know, she's hungover, lying around watching this guy who's obviously a complete disgusting hypocrite. And I came from a born-again family. I was never that, but I was around it a lot, so I understood, you know, what she was talking about. But she also kind of seems to be relating it to people that are heavy rockers that are kind of hypocrites too. Maybe I got that from the song. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that or not. That, you know, she was, I'm going to dancing with the drag queens and the punks. Big beat, deliver me from this sanctimonious skunk. We're no flaming angels, but he's not heaven sent. You know, so I think she was kind of showing that, you know, everyone has their weak points. You know, she wasn't just condemning them and saying, well, we're totally cool, you know, and then they're full of shit. She was, I don't know, can you understand what I'm trying to say? She was relating to herself as a hypocrite, perhaps, as well.
Bob.
So, yeah, Very well said, Annette. Was really a nice addition. So chime in.
Yeah, welcome to the group. You're all officially here.
So, from what I understand, all of the preacher was all literal quotes from Jimmy Swaggart. I could be wrong, but it was, I think, Jimmy Swaggart. Was supposed to be Jack Nicholson doing this on the album, but he didn't get through security. They wouldn't let him in the recording studio. So she asked her neighbor, who was Rod Steiger, if he would do the narration for the preacher, which he did. And of course, he's great. Rod Steiger, is powerhouse. So that's a little trivia. I like my trivia and I like my covers.
Didn't she have to pay him a lot to do it, or is that a different story that I'm mixing up?
I don't know about that.
I think I read that she paid him in a case of wine.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the circumstances, but it wasn't money, it was alcohol.
Okay.
And he was still stood on his feet.
Yeah. Mark.
On the booklet in the Geffen box set, she says, I saw a pink and black billboard on Sunset Boulevard that read, "Rock and roll is the devil," signed Reverend Falwell and the Moral Majority. I thought, soon they'll be passing out armbands for us to wear. We're being scapegoated. And then later she does say, in the years that followed, Jimmy Swaggart, whose sermon is presented here, was caught in a sexual scandal, and Time magazine having dismissed this song as either sophomoric or adolescent thinking, I can't remember which, made Swaggart a something front page news. Anyway, so yeah, Annette, I think, was right. She kind of felt that all of that was being attacked, or as a rock and roll person, whatever. And the hypocrisy of all of that from the religious right. Out.
Dave.
I wanted to comment on what a different set of subject matter this is for Joni. She, we all know what she wrote about for the last 8-9 albums before this, and mostly it was about herself, and mostly it was about insecurities and her kind of ruminations on, and then there are some third party visions on hissing of characters she witnessed, but this kind of global zoom out of seeing how corrupt institutions are at play all around her.
Okay.
Feels like a kind of a brand new thing. Like she says in Dog Eat Dog, I'm just waking up. And, for somebody who's as perceptive as she is, it's kind of an incredible admission that here she is at now, what she is, 33 to 32, 33. She's admitting that she's actually finally waking up to things outside of her own, immediate sphere. So I think just in talking about this album, that's one of the things that we should appreciate is that her entire subject matter has changed. I mean, it's easy to dismiss this album as a rant, political rant, everything that's wrong, but there's more to it than that, because it's a recalibration of her awareness from being just about her looking for love and finding love and losing love. Now we're really into a whole new brain that is seeing religion and corruption and politics and government, everything that is what makes up the capitalist world, and of course it's all amplified tenfold nowadays. So I think from an appreciation point of view, we ought to consider that this album is a kind of a groundbreaking moment for her, whether or not we like the sound of it, but for her to kind of evolve conceptually in her way of perceiving the world, I think it's kind of important.
And I do know some of the other, people that started out in the 60s and 70s did some political work in the mid 80s. Like Jackson Browne comes to mind. But for like everything that Joni Mitchell does, I just felt like she just dug a little bit deeper and got a lot more into the inner workings and the psychology of it all. And that's why this album just really moves me.
Well, Don Henley did the same thing, and Sting did the same thing. Definitely, it was a time. This was the beginning of the right wing takeover, and we're almost at the end of it.
And religious.
Well, religious too, but that's part of right wing. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at the completion of the right wing takeover, but this was kind of the early days of it, and a lot of artists were writing about it. I think Paul Simon maybe, and certainly Sting, and maybe Peter Gabriel.
All right, Bob, was your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, just a quick point. For those of us who Jim escaped to jazz, I escaped to punk rock, and the punk rockers in the U.S. and the U.K., Jamie, were definitely talking politics. Dead Kennedys, they were all over what was going on politically. They didn't mince any words. So lots of artists under the line were doing lots of political stuff. And then further to Dave's point, if you look at the very next song, we'll talk about Dog Eat Dog.
That's not the next song, Bob.
The first lyrics in the song are, "I'm just waking up." So I mean, that's kind of, I'm just affirming what Dave said. Joni's been kind of insular, and now she realizes, oh shit, things are kind of fucked up.
Don't try to jump over Smoke and Empty, try another.
It's not a song, it's a novelty record.
All right, David, your hand's up. I feel like someone else had. Okay, we're gonna do David, Jim, and then Chris.
This is brief. It's just why I asked my first question, is that it is what brought Joni's awareness, her tax problems, her suddenly, oh my God, I'm part of the tax system that privileges these people and hurts me. And that's what opened her to these global concerns.
All right, Ruben, and then Chris.
No, I wasn't up on this one.
Oh, yeah, Chris and Jamie, and then it was Jim. Ooh, I'm losing track. Okay, Chris, all right, Jim, and then Jamie.
Okay. Here's only because the conversation sort of landed its way into this. When I did bring this album up to Joni, I quoted a review from People magazine to her. And I talked to her about a couple of other records, how much I loved, The Wolf That Lives in Lindsay, and her guitar work on that, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we got to this one, and I said, look, Dog Eat Dog, I love that record. I feel it's really very, very important. She said, oh, well, everybody hated that one. And I said, that's not true. And I quoted the review from People magazine, which said, "You're beautiful when you're angry, Joni, as these ravishing songs attest." It was just a very, very short interview. I forget what they would do, these little blurbs on things you should watch for or should note. And her answer was, "Oh, but that's all in the family." And I said, it took me a while to figure out what she was saying, but because People magazine was owned by Time Warner, and Time Warner Communications also was owning Geffen Records, she completely understood where she did not trust the press at all. Even people who would, I think, walk up to her on the street, she would wonder whether or not they were genuine. And when she said that to me, it started to make sense that she's really in tune with what her output was, who's interpreting it, and how it's coming back to her. So I don't, as much as she loves to be loved by the press and will say, oh, everybody hated something, or everybody, or understand when people loved and had a genuine appreciation for her work. She's genuinely distrustful of some of the mechanics of fame and just putting ideas out at the high level of what's the word I want to say, of just the high level of reach that she has, or that she had available to her. So it was an education for me. I mean, and later on when I started to hear lyrics like "I'm not some stone commission in a park," I started to think, wow, she's really perspectivizing her own persona in terms of what difference she as an individual can make. It was very interesting. So anyway, sorry. Thanks, Dave, for prompting that from me.
All right, we have Jamie, then Sue. Oh, you're muted, Jamie.
I think that you skipped Jim.
Oh, shit. Jim, you're next. I'm sorry. I'm already getting tired. I need to wake up. Jim, Jamie, Sue.
I'm the alternate Jamie. Jamie's alternate. One thing we haven't talked about tonight that's always big in the group is the sequencing of this album. And Joni's a master of that, in addition to everything else. And so in the Three Great Stimulants, she introduces this tension between artifice and brutality. And I focused on those two because I didn't really get the innocence part either. But if she puts artifice and brutality in our heads and then goes right into the evangelical, screaming into the mic, spitting into the loving cup, strutting like a rooster, and that's artifice and brutality. So she introduces it in one song and then fleshes it out with a solid example in the very next song. That's not an accident, folks. That's just, brilliant sequencing in my mind. The other thing is that how forward thinking she was, because I was just kind of ignoring Jimmy Swagger. Like, oh, that's crazy stuff. That'll never touch my life. But if I put an image of Donald Trump up right now, the text under his picture could very easily be screaming into the mic, spit into the loving cup, strut like a rooster, and it's not over yet. Number two of two, the Geffen box looks like this, and it has a much improved version of Dog Eat Dog on it. I bought it on vinyl a long time ago, and not the Geffen box, but the original album on LP. And even on LP, it sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard, and just like white noise and unlistenable. And I'm sure Dave could speak to why that was so. I think it had something to do with the converters at that time, or maybe they had the EQ jacked up on, or a combination of those things. But on this one, the tonal balance doesn't seem all that different. It's just that where before there was white noise, now there are textures, and you can hear things a lot better on here. Unfortunately, people are getting $100 for these on eBay right now. So
wow.
If money's no object, and I guess I'm looking at Mike Paz right now. If you don't have it, you should you should get it. But if you don't have it, I don't think I'd spend $100 just to get this one, because the other three are they were pretty well done to begin with. And so I would wait for volume 3 of the archive. I'm out.
All right, Jamie, then Sue.
I just wanted to respond to David's question about what inspired her to sing the song, to write this album. And I think he's possibly right. She broke her foot in 1984, and was spending a lot of time on the couch. And she jokes that this album was nearly called Songs from the Couch Potato, which I'm like, okay. And they were watching a lot of television, and I guess that was the whole like spark of inspiration that she needed. That she was yes, being unfairly, something like 97% tax on the 70s albums, something like that. She was being unfairly taxed. Her and a few other people on her label, and they took them to court and all that kind of stuff. So maybe it was, David. Maybe it was one of those things that actually it opened her eyes to the systems that she was living in and not being aware of until actually it's come to bite her in the arse, which a lot of us aren't usually that aware of, a lot of the time, until it does bite us in the arse. So yeah, I'm out. Quite like that.
Sue.
Okay, I just wanted to say that one of the reasons why this album is not in my top 10 of Joni Mitchell albums is because of this song. I mean, I understand it's a good song, I understand the whole evangelist, right, Christian right, anger and all that. I appreciate that. But I think that it comes off a little cheesy with the Rod Steiger to my ear. And I always know how I don't like a song when I consistently skip it. I appreciate it, but I sometimes I have a hard time listening to it, and I can't really identify exactly why, because it's still Joni, and I'll listen to it every once in a while. I'm telling you that I had such a hatred for Ralph Reed during those days that I could relate to everything in the song, and but there were only a couple, I would say there were only 2 or 3 songs in her catalog that I consistently skipped. This and Tin Angel. And
wow.
Now I have amazing love of Tin Angel because I learned how to play it.
Oh.
But
maybe you need to learn how to play tax-free to follow them.
Oh, yeah, how do I do that? I don't think it's in a tuning. I don't know.
You have to get the electric for that one.
Yeah, I just had to say, come clean about that.
I put up a tab for tax free on the website. Me and Bob and Cassie played it in 2009.
Right.
Sue, did you say there's 3 songs that you skip? Or
yeah.
What's the third one?
Let me think about it.
Dancing Clown.
Watch your mouth, Bob.
Like that.
Lead Balloon.
Oh, I like Lead Balloon. I love it, actually. I do. I think it's kind of fun. I can't remember right now what the third one is. I know that there's another one that I always skip, but yeah, Tax Free and Tin Angel. But I don't skip Tin Angel anymore. That's past.
So, Bob, I'm sure tons of people have covered Tax Free. How many?
0.
All right, I need the mutts of the planet dog eat dog show. All right, well, we have 1 song left on side 1. You thought Joni was experimental on the Jungle Line. That's nothing compared to Joni when she gets in front of a cigarette machine. Smoking, Empty, Try Another. Any thoughts? Hey. I like her vocal overdub. She has like getting ready for Lakota on the next album. Okay.
That's the machine, isn't it?
And she said she played it live. She didn't sample it, so I can just see her like pull. Okay, we have takers. We have Chris and Ruben willing to dive into this one.
No, mine's real easy. This song makes me so glad I quit smoking.
Oh.
That's it. I hear that cigarette machine and I go, I really do not miss that at all.
But she looks so cool doing it, though.
You know what? The only thing that I do like about it is it's kind of like it. You can tell she went into like old rock and roll to think about what kind of riff does this sound like? What is this rhythm? You know what I mean? I don't know if it's Bo Diddley or who it is, but she's got somebody in there with her doing this and sampling it and repeating it and timing it out.
And not only did Joni foresee the future with her politics, but she also foresaw the future with the Seinfeld theme with the bass part in the song.
My son actually sampled that song and worked it into a set that he played at a Paz Fest back, I think it was Paz Fest 3, that he played a set, and Smokin' was one of the samples that he used as part of his set.
All right, so we have Ruben, David, and then Dave, and then Mark.
I don't know. I kind of like this. It's sort of light, and it doesn't really fit in with a lot of the record, but this strikes me. So they're all working on this project, and it's like up to the minute technology. I don't know. I'm not an artist. I don't know what it feels like when you're working on something. When you're an artist of her level, working on a new project, do you assume it's going to be a hit? Do you assume it's going to be a miss? I don't know, but leading up to it, they probably thought they had something pretty cool that people were going to respond to. So it feels like there's this energy, like we got this big thing getting ready to happen, and then the project kind of bombed. But I don't know. It feels like there's a good energy behind this, and it sort of leaks out in this weird track.
I do love this track, I gotta say. David.
I think it's great, and I think it's a deep and concise comment on addiction. Actually, I just love it, and I love the way she sings "Empty, Try Another." It's like going back to "For the Roses" with that heartfelt. Because all the other vocals on the song are that ee, and this that half she's like, "Oh, empty, empty, try another." And I just think it's great. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I like the little overdub at the end where she's like, smoke, smoke, smoke.
Yeah.
It's so over the top. I love it. All right. I've lost track. Mark and Bob.
I love the story behind it. I mean, she literally was playing a cigarette machine. She went out to buy cigarettes from the machine in the parking lot, and every single one was out. And every time she pressed the button, she'd hear this sound, and there would be a little sign that came up on the machine there, little, not a sign, I don't know what, but anyway, that said, "Empty, try another." And so they took a microphone and drug it out, put a big long cord on it, and put it in the machine in the parking lot. And she says she pressed this button for like 5 minutes. And what is this?
I could just hear, Klein, get the microphone out here.
Smoke, 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 smoke.
We have Bob and then Dave.
Yeah, I mean, this is a novelty throwaway song, but it is fun, and I love the little bass riff in there. It's a nice little bass riff. It's organic, which is unlike what we've heard before, and it reminded me of the scene in the Days of Wine and Roses with Jack Lemmon, before they realized Lee Remick and Jack Lemmon are alcoholics, and one of them hid a bottle of booze in a greenhouse in a plant, but she forgot where she hid it. So the two of them are turning over all the plants when they're trying to find their bottle. And it's like, empty, try another, empty, try another. It's a heartbreaking scene. You've seen the film, but it reminded me of the same sentiment that's on the song. So it's a little short thing. It's fun. Obviously, no covers of it, but one cover by but one cover by Chesterfield.
I got
Little
it.
humor there.
Dave.
Well, I appreciate all of the lofty interpretations that David and others had for it. But I just wanted to say that I think this is the first example of hip hop, and maybe the only example of hip hop that Joni Mitchell ever did. If you think about it, this is sample based, it's groove based, the lyrics are trite and irrelevant, really, but it's fun. This is kind of a very brief foray into hip hop when it was pretty young, and I appreciate it for that. I like it. I think it's neat, and for somebody who's so intellectual and so poetically gifted, this is a real kind of freeing experiment to just go here for 2 minutes.
Can't you totally see Joni like with the perm, with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth, just pulling the thing and come on, get the microphone. Like I have this visual, and it's making me very happy.
Yeah. So, well, just to follow up, so the keyboard player that we have in our band, Barnaby Finch, he was touring with George Benson for many years, and back in, I think it was 87 actually, so a couple of years after this, but he was in London staying at the Grosvenor Hotel, and he went over across the street for a pint of beer at this pub, and Joni Mitchell was sitting in there by herself drinking, and smoking. And so Barnaby goes up to her, and instead of being fanboy, says, "Oh, Joni Mitchell, I'm a big fan of your husband's band." You know, and which he happened to be, in fact, a big fan, and he'd worked with Vinnie Colaiuta and so on in real life. But anyway, so they hung out for the whole afternoon, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes, talking about Reagan and all of this stuff that's on this album. And he said, you know, she's fascinating because when she's incredibly intellectual and incredibly brilliant, but she's also a partier, you know. you can just, she'll drink you under the table. And so basically, he just had a fantastic afternoon just hanging out with her on that level while talking about whatever they wanted to talk about. I forgot how I got here, but I'll sign off now.
Wrap.
All right. Well, any other thoughts on Smoke and Empty? Try another. All right. I'm going to pause for a second.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to do something a little bit different here. Our friend Annette here. It's 11:03 where we are, and will be trying to sleep in her house. So we're going to discuss Impossible Dreamer a little bit later, but we're going to get a performance of it right now from Annette, who we're so happy to have with us tonight. So, all right, take it away.
Okay.
The street was loud from a neighboring crowd, and I thought of you, dreamer. Land of the free, no hungry belly is impossible dreamer. But in the darkest of the night, blue shadows conjure you, and in the brightness of the daylight, sometimes I blink 'cause I think I see you dreaming like you do. Impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer. because I think I see you dreaming like you do. Impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer. The room was dark and it was full of sharks, and I thought of you, I thought of you, dreamer. Oh, give peace a chance. Don't think, just dance. Impossible, impossible dreamer. But in the darkest part of the night, blue shadows conjure you. And in the brightest part of the daylight, sometimes I blink 'cause I think I see you dreaming like you do. Impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer, impossible dreamer.
Yeah, Dad.
That was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so if Sue did the Turbulent Indigo, Three Great Stimulants, that was my For the Roses Impossible Dreamer.
Yeah,
All right.
I got through it. It was getting late. I was getting a little forgetful, but you never a perfect run, right?
Oh, it's beautiful. Well, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we are here to talk about side 2 of Joni Mitchell's, I believe Wikipedia said this is her 12th album. I've lost
12th
track.
record.
Okay.
Correct.
Once again, consider giving me a couple dollars on my Patreon. It goes towards my Zoom subscription and my time. Now, speaking of time, I remember when I was 15 years old, and when I turned 16, I had the CD player ready, and I hit unpause and played the song Dog Eat Dog the second I turned 16, because I thought, I'm entering my adult life, and the world's going to be hard. So I had all these little Joni Mitchell traditions. So Dog Eat Dog's the song I was to the second I turned 16 and could get my learner's permit. That's my little story. We have Dave and Robin here on video who are going to treat us to a performance of Dog Eat Dog. So let me share my screen, and then we'll discuss the song after. All right. Hold on, I still have Jim and Tammy Faith on my share screen. Let me get rid of them. Okay, here we go. All right, can everyone see that? Let me do it one more time. I don't think I shared the
There it is. Yeah.
I don't think I shared the sound though. We don't want it without the sound. Okay. Share sound. Oh goodness. Anybody want to tell some jokes while I'm figuring out technology?
Yeah, right. Well, should I tell you about the time I went to Joni Mitchell's house in Laurel Canyon?
Oh, I got it.
Okay, never mind.
But
Later.
save that story. We definitely need to hear that one sometime. Okay. Can everybody see this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Dove is in the dungeon and the whitewashed hawks peddle hate and call it love. Dog eat dog. Hope in the hands of snake-bite evangelists and racketeers. And big-wig financiers. Dog eat dog. On prime time crime, the victim begs. Money is the road to justice, and power walks it on crooked legs. Prime time crime. Hope in the hands of snake-bite evangelists and racketeers. And big-wig financiers. Where the wealth's displayed, thieves and sycophants parade. And where it's made, the slaves will be taken. Some are treated well in these games of buy and sell, and some, like poor beasts, are burdened down to breaking. Dog eat dog. It's dog eat dog. Ain't it flim flam man? Dog eat dog. You can lie, cheat, skim, scam, beat him any way you can. Dog eat dog. You'll well understand. Dog snake-bite evangelists and racketeers. You could get to be a big-wig financier. Land of snap decisions, land of short attention spans, covering your saver long enough to really understand. In every culture in decline, the watchful ones among the slaves know all that is genuine will be scorned and conned and cast away. Dog eat dog. People look and see nothing. People listening, hearing nothing. People lusting, loving nothing. Oh, people touching, feeling nothing. Oh, knowing nothing.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Great.
Amazing.
Great. Yeah, that's powerhouse.
Dan, I feel like the performances on this podcast are just up with the best that we've had the whole time. I feel like that version of the song could have been a hit song with that production. Like that really, all three of the performances brought out the soul that was kind of lost a little bit in the mixes we got. That was fucking incredible. Just so good. So thank you.
It really is a good song, and you don't. All you have to do is not annihilate the song to get the lyrics to come through, and kind of part of what we're talking about tonight is how the production of this album obstructed the music. So when we got to play it with our band, it was relatively easy to make it come together because it's such a good song. We weren't trying to recreate somebody else's production. We were just trying to honor the song.
I feel the keyboard's very overwhelming and busy in this one, in the studio version.
Yeah.
And I loved the acoustic guitar kind of driving that version of it. Joni Mitchell, I feel like of all the podcasts you've done, Joni Mitchell would appreciate this one because she's going to be like, she knows people get blue, but we're getting dog eat dog, Joni. Come on now.
I have tried to have it sent to her, and I don't know if she's seen it, but her best friend has, I've sent it to her to pass on, and I don't know if it got passed on, but anyway.
Well, I think this is the one that's going to reach her because,
Dave, what was the processor you used on your voice on it? Was that a TC Electronics, one of those?
Just me and Robin and me and Barnaby just doing the.
It was just you and Barnaby.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want your version of every song from Dog Eat Dog.
I had to design the guitar voicings. It's in the my guitar is a baritone in the Night Ride Home tuning, and so I had to design how to play Dog Eat Dog in that tuning because the song's in C, so I wanted to take advantage of a C tuning. But so that's an original thing that I did to be able to do it on guitar. Other than that, it's just trying to feature Robin.
Nice job.
I love when the Mutts cover one of these songs that have a little grit to them because Robin just really rips into it.
Yeah.
and I think she puts even more gut into it than Joni does. Particularly the Jungle line is one that just, your cover of that blows me away.
Ditto.
All right, Chris, your hand was up.
And I think this song, and I think this speaks to both Robin and Dave's strength, as an arranger too. This song has a structure that wasn't completely like covered up by production crap either on the record. And you guys even made it even clearer. I think you clarified it even more, and highlighted the strength of her poetry, where she would design things to work very, very specifically. This song is, I think, a great poetic essay. Yeah. I think it has some of the nicest lyrical moments on the whole record. The whole wrap up where she's comparing, the sort of the good and the bad sort of ways of looking at, all of the different tactile things people can do, lust and love, and comparing those comparisons all the way through. That section is amazing. But the lines that she has earlier about money is the road to justice and power walks it on crooked legs, that is a set of just brilliant metaphors that just sing so beautifully through her. I think she took really a lot of time and care in crafting this particular song because she wanted it to be very potent, and it doesn't get enough love. Thank you for doing that, what you did with it.
I remember some of the stuff on Hijira, as I still pronounce it, Hijira, that I felt like the lyrics that Joni were writing were very specific to reach a certain kind of person who was wired a certain kind of way. And I feel like some of the lyrics in Dog Eat Dog, once again, will really speak to a person that's wired a certain way, especially the voice or the verse, every culture in decline, the watchful ones among the slaves, and all that is genuine line will be scorned and conned and cast away. Like, when I hear that, it's like, I really fucking feel that way. And no one else is saying that out loud. And thank you for saying that, because it makes me feel less alone. I'm getting a little...
But Jeremy, you know what I think of when I hear that line, those lines about, where the wealth is displayed, thieves and sycophants parade. She lives in fucking Bel Air.
Yeah.
What is the area? What is the one place you would think of where the ostentatious display of luxury, whether or not it's your landscaping or your mansion or whatever you're doing, it is there.
Or your housekeeper that you're going to write a song about 2 albums
in
later.
the thick of the thieves, and she's surviving, I guess, enough to write about it. But I tell you, I think about that.
The one that gets me is land of snap decisions, land of short attention spans. Nothing is savored long enough to really understand.
Yeah.
And that was in 1985.
Yeah. That was before TikTok.
Before the internet or anything. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Before Snapchat. I remember a review of the song said that the chord progression sounded like another Joni Mitchell song. I just remember sitting there thinking, like, this doesn't sound like any other Joni Mitchell song to me. I can't remember what a magazine had that review. Jim.
Okay. Nothing is really savored long enough to really understand. The other day I was at work and said to one of my coworkers, "Did you hear about the tornadoes?" And he goes, "Well, I heard something." But he doesn't follow the news. And I said, "Yeah, it was really something." And he turned around and he's like, all of a sudden he's excited about it. And he goes, "Is there video?"
Oh, no.
And I said, "Well, no, there's no video because they came through on Friday night." And he's like, turned right back to his monitor. Like, well, without video, I mean, like, who cares almost?
A lack of empathy in modern culture? Say it isn't so.
It just gets me sometimes, though, some of these things that happen, and you see it later, and all these people have their phones, and they're all taking videos of it. And sometimes it's, well, in the case of George Floyd, it was a good thing people were doing it, but sometimes it's like, why the hell do you want a video of this?
Yeah. I think I have a thought that's like kind of wild, and I had to form it. I think we've gotten so robotic in our lives that when something extreme happens, people like to capture it on video because it maybe knocks them out of the routine a little bit and makes things a little bit, shit gets real. Or they're just asshole voyeurs. David.
Yeah. So, Mark, I was going to mention that same line, and what I think of. So tomorrow I'm going to my first gathering that requires me to show a casual gathering that requires me to show that I've tested negative, and I keep trying to find a place where I can talk about this because it doesn't sit right with me. Having to show up and prove that I'm not diseased just really doesn't sit right with me, and I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything like that, but and there's just no place to savor that. It's like you're here or you're there, and you get your test and you show your receipt or you stay home, and I don't know. It's a really complicated world, and especially more and more now, there is no place to talk with any kind of nuance or ambivalence or uncertainty.
Here you go with them college words. Amba who? Knew what?
Oh, that ain't the half of them.
James Taylor singing on the studio version of this? Okay.
Yes, he and Don Henley, I believe, are back up.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to jump in about Dog Eat Dog? The song? Pause. And then Sue.
Yeah, I really love this song, and I love that version, Dave and Robin. That was so amazing. Thank you. Once again, I go back to the times that I was living in. It was in my first apartment with Freda, newly married, and we played this on vinyl a lot. I mean, these songs got played a lot, and I don't have a collection of having the animosity or disdain or whatever you want to call it for stuff like tax free or any of the other ones that are politically oriented, but the sound of them at the time was just sort of what we were listening to amongst so many other things, and it did get played a lot. And this song, for me, this song, Good Friends, Three Great Stimulants, Ethiopia, Impossible Dreamer, are the highlights from this record, and still good feelings about it. Well, once again, not my favorite album, but as I get older and then in this forum, being able to share with you people and learn more about it and more insight into how you felt about it and what it meant to you, and your comments really makes it more amazing for me. Thank you.
All right, Sue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, first I want to say that I loved that performance of Dog Eat Dog. I can't believe I haven't seen it before, because I've been on your YouTube a couple times listening to this stuff.
But you have seen it, so you wrote a comment below it.
Did I?
Yeah.
How many years ago is that?
Well, it's been 4 years, yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, so I did see it. But I think that I didn't... when you were talking before about how you can't hear the lyrics, that whole fade out section that you did at the end with all those lyrics, I heard them for the first time almost. It was just really beautiful, and the harmonies, with you and Barnaby, it sounded great, and yeah, I mean, I love all the songs that you guys cover. They're so amazing.
That was an encore. We just performed the whole of Hissing of Summer Lawns, and we needed a couple of encores, so we did that and Dreamland, but we were particularly pleased with how Dog Eat Dog turned out.
Yeah,
I just really enjoy doing that song. I mean, I could just feel it,
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I feel like when I'm singing it along with Joni is this whole idea of just screaming it out. Dog eat dog, I mean, I just love how the beginning of the song just comes, dog eat dog, It's just so great. And she does hit on the topic of the snake bite evangelists and all that. It seems like the topics that she brought up in Tax Free are in this song. Maybe that's, and I like how she the writing is so great in this song that I feel like it's more it just seems a better way to convey those thoughts. I don't know what my problem is with Tax Free. Maybe I should just let that go. But
I just felt like this was a synopsis of the entire album, which made sense that it was the title track.
Tax Free is an attack. It's really an attack. It's an attack song. This is not. This is an empathetic. This is a lament for the humanity, the loss of humanity.
Yeah, it's totally a lament. Yeah, and there are some things that are like the whole idea of the slaves and everything reminds me of Passion Play a little bit, and the way that she talked in that song too. I can't wait till we get to Night Ride Home.
Oh, I love that album. That might be a two-nighter.
What song do you want to do on Night Ride Home?
I guess Passion Play. I love Passion Play.
I love that song.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy doing the harmonics on that song too.
Robin and Dave, what are you all gonna do?
Well, that was gonna be our choice.
Oh, really?
But we're open to whatever.
Well, I mean, there's like I did Cold, Coming from the Cold in 2016 at British Columbia. That's an amazing song.
I've tried to do that one and I can't do it. I like Cherokee Louise is my favorite one to do from that album.
That was gonna be my next choice.
Somebody has to do Cherokee Louise. That's a requirement.
I've been playing with Slouching Towards Bethlehem.
Yeah, it's good too.
But I can play. What's the piano one at the end?
Two Great Rooms.
Two Great Rooms.
Great room.
But I can't sing it. That's the problem. So
You can do the instrumental version from the Geffen box set bonus track.
Can we do one of those videos where you play the piano and I can overdub the vocal on Two Great Rooms?
Happy to let you do that.
Yeah, I'll show a video.
I don't have the software to do that, but I can look into it.
So the other thing I wanted to say, and talking about Night Ride Home brings us up, is that the different songs on this album where she repeats the same word over the whole phrase over and over, like Ethiopia and Impossible Dreamer, she repeats that a couple times. I remembered the song that I skipped, Ray's Dad's Cadillac.
Oh!
Ray's Dad's Cadillac.
I love that song.
I do love that song, but the repetition just drives me insane.
Did you have a bad experience in the back of a Cadillac at any time?
Someone's never taken Sue out to Airport Road. That's all I gotta say.
I'm sorry.
All right, back to Dog Eat Dog. There was a movie in 1967 called The Flim Flam Man.
Right.
So we all know. And David, is your hand up?
Yeah. I just wanted to say she elsewhere has talked about the artist as slave. That I think that she sees the artist's position as just kind of the highest. I don't know where I heard her say this, but that she sees the artist as sort of the highest ranking slave in the household.
For the Roses.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In the song For the Roses, the artist is just basically a product of the company.
Yeah.
So they bring out the hammers and boards and nails.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just noticing that in the lyrics that they change. She changes the font, and it's all caps when she does "Dog Eat Dog." Just kind of, I just noticed that.
All right. Any other thoughts on Dog Eat Dog? Bob, how many people covered this?
Well, I mean, the only cover that I have ever put in the database and issued on a volume was the Dave and Robin cover. I'm not sure, Dave, if what you sent me was that same performance, which is brilliant and certainly worthy of everyone hearing around the world. So, I mean, I don't think you put it on a DVD or CD or anything.
No.
So it's not really officially released. So, I mean, yeah, they did theirs, but other than that, nothing.
Well, it's officially on the internet.
Yeah. Well, if I start counting that, I'm going to get fucking 50 River covers every goddamn day.
Hey, I like fiction better than River, too, by the way. Okay. Ruben.
I was just going to say, when I was listening to this record in 85, 86, I wasn't very old, and it prompted one of only 2 fan letters I've ever written to an artist. And I wrote Joni this very whatever letter about the record and everything, and she did not respond, but it somehow stirred that much in me at that young of an age. I think that's kind of cool, because a lot of the political stuff was over my head at that point. But yeah.
All right. Well, we are moving on to Shiny Toys, which I will say is maybe one of my least favorite songs on the album. I just felt like the chorus, like, it just felt very tentative to me. Especially after Dog Eat Dog was such a, like... Bob, your hand is up.
So we talked, when we talked about Wild Things Run Fast, we talked about Joni's infatuation with the police, and especially do, da, da, da. So this song, if you listen to it, and if you hadn't realized it, this is her remake, sort of sideways remake of that song by the Police.
See, I don't like that song, so I guess it makes sense.
I like the Police version, but Shiny Toys is another not so good song on this record. Let's say Dog Eat Dog was brilliant song number 2 on the record. Shiny Toys, not so much.
I love my Porsche.
Yeah, and it's really Porsche. So if you say Porsche, you don't know what a Porsche is all about, right, Chris?
You're a dilettante if you say Porsche.
Yeah.
I think it was Thomas Dolby that was the one saying that.
Yeah. Well, he said it wrong.
Okay. Well, so what I think about Shiny Toys, apart from the fact that it's shallow and shiny, is that it's exactly perfect for what this album sounds like. So, like, no song on this album sounds more appropriate produced this way than this song.
That is true.
It
I feel
had
like Joni had a good time in the vocal booth, like, whatever makes you. All right, Ruben, then Sue.
There's a great 12-inch remix of this too that came out at the time that's just longer and has more stuff in it. But
From France.
That's a great one, yeah.
And hopefully that'll be on Archives Volume 4 or 5, whatever. All right, Sue.
Love this song. I like to dance to. It's a great dance song. And I think Joni likes to dance too. I mean, I know, it's kind of goofy, but, I don't know. Every time I listen to it, I get all, I get into it.
It makes me happy too, Sue.
Does it? It makes me happy, yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that the end part where she goes, walking on the beach at the end of the day. I don't know. I kind of like it.
Jim.
Yeah. So this is the leavening. So there's a lot of vitriol in this album. And then the flip side of it is Shiny Toys. She's saying, hey, this is stuff that makes me feel good. And so it's, it's the other side. This one works for me. I don't know if I like it or I don't, but I agree that it works.
All right, we have pause, then Mark.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't have I just was.
Oh, okay, sorry.
In this pose, but I will say something because that just made me laugh. That's so funny. It's a fine song as far as the music goes, but like I said, it's not one of those ones that I think, oh yeah, let me put on Shiny Toys. I really want to relive something or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I'm ready for Utopia.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is another one of her attacks on consumerism. I think the I Love My Porsche is satiric. And
for sure.
The whole thing is, like the last verse is where she's telling what she likes, the types of thing that she gets a kick out of, She's walking on the beach at the end of the day between the sand and the sunset. I don't know. And the rest of it is all this, materialistic stuff that she's sort of poking fun at.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
David.
I don't get satire there at all.
Following up on Mark, even that image of the boy and his beagle walking between a man and a tube and a man with his head shaved. I mean, I think the joke there is that, I put on a toupee and I shave my head. This sort of, this is what makes me feel great. Ah!
Jim, is your hand up?
Hello. Oh. Yes. I don't. Mark, I don't think I've ever disagreed with you, but I will this time. I don't get sarcasm or the satirical comment here at all, because it seems like she's just saying some people like this, some people like that, and it's, whatever makes you Yahoo, whatever makes your time feeling satisfied, whatever makes you say, oh, I'm so excited, whatever makes you feel like you're right on time. It's just like, Joni's giving everybody a free pass, or I don't know. It's the opposite of the preacher who's just like preaching hate and call it love. This is Joni saying, "Hey, live and let live. Go forth and be happy."
Some people like this song, Jim. Some people don't, Jeremy. All right. Anyone else? Shiny Toys. Bob? Covers. Anybody?
The closest we came to a cover of this was Anita Gabrielle and Dave King in the UK. did a recording of it in her Concord cabin studio, and I think sent it to Dave to produce for a Joni Mitchell fundraiser CD a couple of years back. So nothing officially. She liked this song because, you know, we all know Anita is kind of a child of the 80s, had a band where she looked like that era of music. So, but nope.
Not to be like, I just felt like she was just trying to use hip words like supersonic sounds, mega lights, like she got a list of cool words that kids are using these days. Let me put them in the song.
That's the point. That's the point.
That's a hard skip for me.
That's the satire.
Okay, well, if it's satire, I'm in. I need this to be satire for it to be palatable for me.
I forgot my favorite line. And girls who really play.
Yeah.
That's my song.
Mark, was your hand up?
Yeah, I just was kind of surprised when I was looking at the credits for this one today that it probably has the most acoustic instruments on it of any of them. There's a saxophone and a flugelhorn, and I think there's even a flute. I can't hear the flute myself, but
And James Taylor and Don Henley.
well,
They're back. I will say I never skip this song.
Yeah.
Like, even though I'm talking trash, I never skip it. Like, I do like Casey You better than Shiny Toys. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's a nice song, but it needs water gongs and wolves.
Yeah, it needs a damn put a water gong on it. Klein, get me a water gong with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. Okay. Anybody else? Shiny Toys, going once, going twice. All right. In 1984, a group of British musicians came together and produced a charity single called Do They Know It's Christmas? And then Michael Jackson did We Are the World. Then there was Live Aid. So it was at this time that a lot of people were wanting to get involved in charity. And Joni Mitchell had some things to say about this in her song. The first time I heard this song, I was like, damn, this is a dirge. But and before we even get into the discussion, those little samples of like the kids like in the background creep me out. But yeah, someone take it away. Okay, Chris, you're starting off Ethiopia.
Studio masterpiece. I'll say it again every time. This particular song thrills me every time I hear it.
It's haunting, isn't it?
I have to say, if you are haunted by those vocals of what you perceive as the children's voices, you should be.
Yeah.
I believe this is written in reaction to Live Aid, because there is at least one lyric that references if you remember Live Aid, the concert when it was broadcast, there was, obviously their bands, were playing, but every once in a while there would be sort of an awkward pause, whether or not the satellites weren't in the right place or the bands were setting up, and they had material that certain people had provided them that they would fill in between to fill up and usually they took they took the form of stars or notable politicians or business people sort of giving their their spiel on why everybody should pick up the phone and donate to the Live Aid contribute.
Sally Struthers.
Well, yes, kind of like that. And there was one in particular that I think Joni noted, and I remember watching it myself and thinking something's very wrong about the way this is coming across. There's something either wrong about the way this is written or the way it's being delivered. But there was a fairly well-known actor who is not necessarily male, who was known for popular roles both on television and went on to win the Academy Award at least once. I don't want to name this person, but in this person's pre-recorded film, this person discussed sort of a day in the life in Ethiopia. And she referred to a child, a starving child, as it all the way through this particular piece. And I remember thinking, just being shocked that it sounded so cavalier and out of place in the broadcast. I was surprised it was even shown. But I think she reacted to that in the stanza that she wrote in the song. Somewhere in my house, I VHS videotapes, and I recorded the entire broadcast. For years, I wanted to go back in and find that particular segment. Who knows? I haven't even tried to search it on YouTube. It might even be on YouTube somewhere. I know.
I have it too. I have the whole thing.
I know that it's not. I know that it is not. It is not part of the DVD set, but I would like to find it just to see if I'm remembering it quite the same way. But every time I hear the song and I hear her sing that particular stanza, I think about that moment. Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
I think Mark's before me.
Okay, Mark, then Bob.
Well, this is what the box set has to say about Ethiopia. This was my reaction to all those "We Can Save You" songs, which raised as much money for corrupt Ethiopian leadership. I was begged to take this off the record. A friend of mine said, "I hate it. All those parallel seconds, they're wrong." Even Wayne Shorter said, "What are these chords? They're not piano chords. They're not guitar chords. What are they?" I said, "Well, look, these women are bone thin. Their babies are dying in their arms. They're walking along with nothing but rags on their backs. They're coming to a crossroads. One road leads to slavery. The other leads to death by the side of the trail. It's not like they have any good place to go. You think they're going to be walking along to an Everly Brothers triad?"
Mm.
Wasn't it wonderful times when you could sit down with an album and read the liner notes and read comments like that, or read the lyrics when you listen to an album?
And by the way,
Need a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
And glasses.
I looked it up. That box set is on Discogs for $45.99. If anyone's looking for an affordable copy. All right, Bob.
Discogs is a good place to go for stuff that you can't find elsewhere.
So yeah, as I alluded to in the introductory remarks, this was the very first song, a snippet of it I heard on NPR the day it was released. And I thought the song was great. It's obviously not a feel-good song, but I think it's a really, really powerfully good song. And in listening to this album to prepare for this discussion, all of a sudden on this album, you hear Joni playing piano, right? I mean, it's not buried in the mass of electronic synthesized sound. It's organic Joni playing real piano. And it was so refreshing. Maybe that's why this is my favorite song on the record. You know, besides the power of the lyric, the audio here, there's not as much as lost in the production of the song. I'll go ahead and mention covers. It's the most covered song off of the record. 3 of them it was kicked off by jazz artist Terry Lynn Carrington in 2004. She has a really, really nice version of it. And let me tell you, I search for these covers all the time. You know, at least an hour a day I spend looking for covers. And when I find a Dog Eat Dog cover, it makes me extremely happy because they just don't exist. You know, I mean, Europeans will dig into the 80s stuff more than Americans will, but even they don't touch Dog Eat Dog very much. So when I find one of these, it's a real breath of fresh air. And Terry Lynn Carrington's version is really, really nice. You know, a jazz version with some saxophone and a really good vocal. So yeah, I mean, most of the jazzers know a good song when they hear it, and they can pull the music and the lyric out. The other thing I'll say, and I'll be done with the song. Robert Holliston, some of you know Robert. I think he's a conductor with the orchestra in British Columbia. Super, super nice guy. At one of Ashara's Joni Fests up at the Full Moon, he said, I want to do Ethiopia. And I said, I want to do Ethiopia. The music book, as we know, did not exist. So what he did, he got the music, he got the CD, and transposed the song onto the written page by hand. It took him hours to do it. And we rehearsed. And that night we played Ethiopia in the music space at the Full Moon. And, I won't toot my own horn, but I sang a really inspired performance, and his playing was amazing. He's also a Tom Waits fan, so he did a nice Tom Waits song. But that was a really, for me as a vocalist, unforgettable night. Yeah, and people really responded.
I don't think that I have a lot of those recordings. I don't think I have that. Do you have a copy of that you can send?
That may have been what got tossed out in my CD purge, but I'm sure somebody may have it. So,
Joni? What year was it? Do you know?
Oh boy, I don't. I'd have to make a wild ass guess. 2004, 2005. I'm not sure what all those years were.
2004, I think, was the last one.
Yeah, it was the same year that me and Marion Russell did a trio of great songs with her playing guitar: "Refuge of the Roads," "Free Man in Paris," and "Talk to Me." We did all three of those, and all three were great. But she was a tough teacher. We had to rehearse and practice and practice and practice and practice. I'm like, Marianne, I got it. Just no, you don't. Let's do it again. So yeah, Ethiopia is just a brilliant, brilliant song. It's heartbreaking. It's one of the few songs, to Dave's point, where you can literally hear all the lyrics in the song.
Yeah.
And that makes it all the more powerful. None of the words are lost under the production. And for me, hearing the piano, I just feel like Joni's much more a part of the song than on so many songs in this record.
Another thing that Dave said earlier, I have two things. Number one, we had to acknowledge how different her topic matter is on this album than anything she's ever written before. We kind of got used to Joni writing angry political songs because she kind of did it throughout the rest of her writing after this. But this is the first album where she wrote a song like Ethiopia. And the second thing I was thinking, with the more organic production, this is the first time on the album where you can really hear where Joni's voice is at. And that this is the album to me where it kind of lowered into what it would be for the rest of her career also. So I kind of feel like this is the beginning of a chapter that, will carry us through. Sue.
Well said.
Oh, you're still muted, friend.
There we go. Sorry. What's amazing about this song is that the verses go, and then this beautiful bridge. I mean, it's just such a beautiful melody. The little garden planet, oasis in space. Oh man, I love that. I love that transition during the song. And at first it was a really hard song to listen to for me, but yeah, I mean, it's just got all the emotion. I mean, and it's also part of that whole thing of her conservation type of protest songs,
Right.
that she has, maybe like Lakota or like what's another one? I can't remember right now.
No apologies.
Yeah. I mean, just the whole idea that the earth is involved in
Okay.
in the preservation, of all the things that the rich, all these,
Big Yellow Taxi.
yeah, no, yeah, well, that's a conservation song
Yeah,
too.
that's kind of where it started. This is
yeah, and it's just stupid humans ruining our home,
Yeah.
and it's I think that she's done that so beautifully with a lot of different songs, and this one is just so filled with like humanity in a way. It's like it's beautiful.
When I hear that line, I always think of Carl Sagan, and so there's a Cornell tie-in there.
Yeah, right.
And another time is when she talks about a marbled bowling ball on Hejira.
Mhm.
If that's not a Sagan, one of his books was Pale Blue Dot, and that's not far from marbled bowling ball. Another person I miss.
All right, so we have Chris and then Mark.
What is a shakuhachi? Is that like a pan flute, or is that something different?
Shakuhachi, Chris, is a Japanese style of flute. It has a very distinctive sound, and it has absolutely no relevance in this song except that it's an interesting sound.
Exactly.
But yeah, if you Google shakuhachi flute, and you'll hear examples of it. And I mean, on the D50 synthesizer, it came out in 1987 with a shakuhachi flute sound. So it was a favorite of sampling right back to when this album was made, because it's evocative. It has kind of a exotic, foreign, distant kind of sound to it, but it's totally irrelevant to Ethiopia.
What are the children's voices? Are those real?
We think they may be the voices of Ethiopian kids.
Wow.
I didn't see anything in the credits of that.
Well, you don't usually credit the sounds you sample. I mean, you should legally, but
I think she said something at some point that was a recording of some of the women, and I don't remember what the context of it was, though.
I remember the first time I got this album, just looking at the track list and knowing that it came from 1985. I mistakenly thought it was going to be another do-gooder kind of a song about Ethiopia, and as we all know, when you dig into the song, it goes a lot deeper than that. So, yeah, Bob.
Well,
we
had more to say.
Joni making fun of fundraisers. We all know she also participated in a Canadian fundraiser called Spirit of the Forest, where they were trying to raise money, for the rainforest and stuff. So she was right in there with everybody else. So if she criticized that, she was being kind of cynical.
And she was in the Tears Are Not Enough song. All right, Mark, finish what you were going to say.
Well, for one thing, you mentioned the change in her voice, and I was kind of taken aback by that when I was listening to that, because I thought I could really hear it last night and today. But this was a really powerful moment in the fiddle and the drum ballet. I don't know how many of you have seen a video of that or not, but the song that preceded it was The Reoccurring Dream. And it comes to the end of The Reoccurring Dream, and somebody goes, "Who cares?" And then it goes, doom, it goes right into Ethiopia. This whole song about consumerism, about materialism, and all this flood of consumer things that we have and can choose from, and bang, right into famine and starving people, and a big orange round sun in the middle of the stage. It was great, really great.
All right, Chris.
My cat jumped on the piano before, so I never got to finish my other question, which was about the shakuhachi. I think it was well chosen because it created a sense of air and dryness, the sound, and that to me spoke to any lyrics she had about the earth drying up and blowing away and causing the famine. So I felt like she really connected it in a strong way through the arrangement. And I find that to be a real great strength of this piece. Did she ever perform this live anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm done.
I think you make a really good point, Chris, that even though geographically the instrument is irrelevant, it does evoke kind of a sparseness and a aridity that is perfect for the landscape of Ethiopia.
All right. Any other thoughts on Ethiopia? All right. We are moving on to Impossible Dreamer, who our friend Annette did a beautiful version earlier. And I always felt like these last couple songs kind of, this is where the gears shift on the album, gets a little bit more. Ooh, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry, you guys. I have a damn work meeting that I have to get up for 7:30 in the morning for every Tuesday. That's my complaint. I'm done complaining. So yeah, these last two songs I felt were going a little bit more traditional Joni territory, but dog eat dog style. So what do y'all think of Impossible Dreamer? Dave.
I love it. I mentioned to Annette that I think that the piano part draws heavily from Judgment of the Moon and Stars, so it's in that respect harks back to a sound we know, and it's a beautiful melody, and the best Mike Landau guitar work on the whole album is on this song.
Yeah, I love it. I love his guitar work on this. So Dave, when I said it was the For the Roses version of Impossible Dreamer, I wasn't hearing things, was I? Because it did give me For the Roses feels.
You may have been triggered by that piano opening of if you think of the piano opening of Judgment in the Moon and Stars and then listen to the first two bars of Impossible Dreamer, they're the same.
Right. Wow. All right, who's next? Bob.
So the chord progression, the first chord progression, bung, bung, bung. It's just beautiful. I mean, it's just gorgeous. This is a wonderful, wonderful song. It's a brilliant song. And it harkens to when Joni was asked by some interviewer why she didn't write songs of hope. And she said, "Are you kidding? In this country, they kill people who offer hope." And this song kind of speaks to that. And they asked her, was it about John Lennon specifically? And she said, well, yes, but it's about every impossible dreamer. Yeah. It's about everyone who brought us hope that why bother? It's going to kill you. It's a wonderful, wonderful song. One of the best, if not the best, on the record. Is when the songs are good on this record, they're really, really good.
Really
good. Bad, they're really, really bad.
The booklet, she says that she was thinking of John Lennon, specifically Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, sure.
But I think those were just three names that she probably came up with. There are probably more.
A long list, sadly.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I know Sue has her hand up, but I just want to jump in because male privilege. Thank you for laughing. We lost John Lennon 41 years ago, and to gun violence, and he called it. He said, "The way things are going, they're going to crucify me."
Yeah.
I'm out.
All right, Sue, and then Chris. Oh, you're muted.
This song was the only time I tried to create a tuning so that I could play it.
Oh.
And for some reason, when I created this tuning, kind of a variation on Open D, and I started to hear the John Lennon song "Mind Games."
Really?
I started to be convinced that Joni, listened to that song, and made the melody which I have no idea if that's true or not, or if the two songs are even close. But I played Impossible Dreamer the way I like figured it out on my guitar, and then played Mind Games in the same tuning, and it worked kind of, you know, for me anyway. But yeah, I mean, this song is one of my favorite Joni songs. I mean, you know, definitely top 20. I mean, I just think it's so beautiful, and I think the stanzas just, you know, create such a beautiful idea of, you know, how hope, you know, like hope is, I guess you could say it's kind of a fool's game, you know, but I'm a hope freak, so I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just fills me with so much emotion to listen to the song. You know, and John Lennon, oh my God, you know, I saw this stuff in the in the news about it being the 41st anniversary. First of all, 41 years. I can't believe 41 years have passed.
Right.
You know? And you know, he was such a part of my younger life, you know. And we do this thing at work where, because we're on Zoom all the time, we have this thing called a Zoom huddle in the morning, and we have to bring up this like there's always a topic that's brought up. So we have a list of what the future topics are going to be, and one of them was Beatles, yes or no.
Oh no.
And I'm like, what? And then I remembered, I always have to remind myself, I'm the only boomer in the room, you know? So all these younger people are like, you know, what's the big deal, you know? I'm telling you, the Beatles are a huge deal, and John Lennon was a huge deal. He was an amazing person, you know? So, and I love how Joni did that tribute to him. Actually, I think of the last verse as all about John Lennon.
And what is the last verse, dude? Can you name it off the top of your head?
The room was dark and full of sharks, and I thought of you, dreamer. Give peace a chance, don't think, just dance. Those are actually quotes of his. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely walking away from this song with a greater appreciation for it. Because truthfully, I always like this song, but I never really thought about it too much. You know how there's some songs you just don't think about them too much, and now I'm thinking about it a lot. Chris.
I kind of had put this song away, you know, knowing that she'd written it for John Lennon. There are two things that I've come to consider more recently, though. I started to think about this song and play a lot more often just last year during the Black Lives Matter protests, because of the line that starts it, you know, the street was loud from an angry crowd, and I thought of you, dreamer. And it just resonated with me, and I thought, there's something, yes, I can hear the spirit of John Lennon, you know, and sort of reaching, you know, into the whole civil rights issues, and, you know, just the humanity of both Joni and John Lennon sort of coming together in this, and still having words that are appropriate for something, some great social change that was coming upon us. And it was really, it was, you know, not that it made me feel good about myself, but at least I felt like I was making a connection through this song back into the world. And from a place of, you know, during the pandemic, when we were all sort of isolated and hearing and watching this happen, it was kind of, it made me feel less alone. You know, and I don't know if that was the case for anybody else on the planet, but that's where I took it. But yes, Sue, I think I do hear what you were saying, though, about that line about this. The room was dark and full of sharks, and this kind of sort of hints to something else I brought up in another song earlier, where she was kind of, and I think she was writing to her fellow musician John Lennon, that these were people who she knew that she and both he had the experience of being in a room where they couldn't trust anybody else who was in that room not to want to take advantage of them. When the room was full of sharks, they were people who were going to be, trying to eat a piece of them away. And I think that was her reaching out to say, I know you and I appreciate you. Anyway, that's my take on this song and my new take.
All right, anyone else want to jump in on Impossible Dreamer? Pause.
Yeah, well said, Chris. That's really remarkable. Yes. For me, this song and Ethiopia and Three Great Stimulants are my top three on this album. Good Friends also, I mean, I like it just because whatever it evokes in me, but the darkness that we're talking about is and what represents like the images of John Lennon and anything that we can equate that to in present day, be it whoever that you hear in the media. Once again, it's remarkable to me how much her music is timeless. Even this record that's dated is not so dated because her words resonate to this day, every day. Thanks, Chris, Jim. Loved everything everybody said about this song. Thank y'all.
All right, anyone else care to jump in? Impossible Dreamer? All right, Bob, any cover versions?
No, we're done with covers. Nothing for Impossible Dreamer, nothing for Lucky Girl.
Wow.
And all I'll say in me calling this record dated is not that the lyrics are dated. They're not. I mean, they're more relevant today, as we've said, than any time before. What I'm saying is the production on this record is very dated. I mean, you listen to this record and you realize when it was made, right? Because you had these sounds, these 80s tricks musically that unfortunately hampered the gems on this album. So some good songs, but very dated production.
About them, and people keep sampling people's stuff because of the way it sounds, and the more weird sounds and nonsense that is there that people can sample, and people, oh, that's a sample from Joni Mitchell's 80s record Dog Eat Dog, and somehow Jay-Z or somebody makes it into a mega hit because it's cool.
Yeah, and what Jay-Z song sampled Dog Eat Dog?
I'm just saying.
Because it doesn't exist, is what I'm saying.
I just pulled him out of a hat because we were having a dining room conversation the other night with my oldest son about Jay-Z, who I think is the Bob Dylan of these people's times. I mean, he's a great poet, but I don't identify with the music that he makes. I like some of it, but certainly I love the words that he writes, and it's interesting to me how it comes out and how it's coming full circle in my life, where I talked to my father in the 60s about a band called the Beatles, and he goes, what is this stuff, and then on his deathbed he's telling me, I was wrong back then. I really do like the music. I do love what you were listening to. All my life I've strived to try to educate my children about music, and I've shared all my music with them. And I also introduced Mikey to the first iteration of hip hop that came about in New Orleans, where New Orleans music mixed with hip hop was done by a band called Cool Bone. And I got him the record and gave it to him. And that's kind of what inspired him to get into DJing and into music from his own perspective, from his own thing. And I think, like I said, it just blows my mind when I hear a song on the radio and I go, isn't that like Monday I'm hearing in the background? I mean, what is that song? I'm constantly playing that game. Like, what are they sampling there to make another record 40, 50 years later?
Is it safe to assume that the title of this song comes from the song from Man of La Mancha? To dream the impossible dream.
I think it comes from Imagine. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Could be.
All right, we have one song left. Lucky Girl. As far as Joni's love songs, I'm much more team Lucky Girl than team Solid Love for sure. I like this song. I think it's breezy and fun to sing along to, and listening to the song makes me feel good, especially after the things that we've touched on earlier in the album. We've gone through a lot of heavy stuff, and
I can hear Jahida singing it right now.
Yeah, she sent me the video. It was awesome. Shout out to Jahida. All right, what do y'all think of Lucky Girl?
I've always liked Lucky Girl. I think it's a great ender to this album. And no, I don't know what to say about it, but it's a great track. I like the production. I like her vocal in this. Always been one of my favorites.
I like at the end of the day, it's her and Klein against the world at this time. All right, Chris and then Bob.
I just dig the syncopation. I just like the rhythm, the way she hits it, and I think she really worked it. She worked a fun groove into it with very, very, sparse instrumentation. I liked it a lot.
All right, Bob and then Dave.
Yeah, I mean, not a great song. Dave and Robin did it in a live show that I saw, and of course Robin nailed it, did it very, very well. Interesting in terms of sequencing, which Jim referred to earlier, is that she opens the song with Good Friends, which is obviously an allusion to her and Klein. She closes with Lucky Girl, which is about her and Klein. And then the white part of this Oreo cookie is a lot of, nasty business about what's going on in the world.
Right.
I'm not sure why that is. Maybe some of you can illumine me on that. I will say that much of this discussion has maybe led me to a deeper appreciation of the record. I'm still not a huge fan of the production, but at the core, most of these songs, some of the songs are really good songs.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, I don't think this song is a deep song, but it's a fun song. It's a jazz tune, really, but it's played a jazz tune where they've tried to make it work with a drum machine. So what Chris is alluding to with the syncopation is a 12/8 feel with the backbeat on beat 12, which is dun 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 ba-dun dun dun ba-dun, which is a very kind of awkward thing, but they've tried to make that into an interesting structure. But really, it would have worked much better on a ride cymbal playing quarter notes. It would have worked great as a jazz tune, but it wouldn't have fit on the album because the whole album is electronic.
Right.
So I kind of see where they made that decision, but as a tune, it would have worked so much better another way. But they came up with something kind of oblique for the programming, at least, so that it wasn't, the backbeat was at least displaced.
Dave and Jahida do a version.
Well, we've done it a couple of times, yeah.
And how would you describe that?
Well, I tried, I see it as a jazz tune, and so that's how we played it. And I also think it's very slow. It's on the record. It's very sluggish. So if you pick it up a little bit, it works great. So, but Jahida really sings it great because she's such a strong belter, and she has a great feel for jazz, and so soulful, yeah. So
Is anyone opposed to watching the video? It's only probably like 3 minutes long, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Hold on, we were gonna watch something, but it didn't work out. But when we do our dog eat dog revisited discussion 10 years from now, when the archives comes out for dog eat dog, we'll show the video. Do we have any other thoughts on Lucky Girl? Interesting ending to the album, that's for sure. You know, we talked about televangelists, Ethiopia.
Any covers of Lucky Girl?
Yeah, any covers of no more covers, right, Bob?
No covers, no covers that I'm aware of. I mean, and trust me to say that I have scoured the internet, for Joni covers. I do it every day, and don't turn up many covers of this record. I mean, some of these songs beg to be covered.
Yeah, this song could have some really fun covers.
Yeah, sure. Strip it down, catch the essence of the song and put out, a really nice tribute to Dog Eat Dog. It's doable,
Dog Eat Dog naked. Come on, Mutts. When's the last time y'all played live?
You're really milking the canine thing there.
Well, you are the mutts in the room.
Dog Eat Dog Unleashed.
Like it.
All right. Well, the time has come, and I've been looking forward to this discussion since Song to a Seagull, and now we're done. It's so depressing. But I do love Chalk Mark, and we're doing that next month. So we're gonna go around on a scale of 1 to 10. 1's crap, 10's masterpiece. Where do you rate Dog Eat Dog? I'm gonna go in the order of my screen as it is right now. We're gonna start with Sue.
I give it a 7, which is low for me because I hate giving it a 7. But
You're a consistent tenor. What'd you give? You gave Wild Things a 10, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I mean, I love that album too. But yeah, I there's, I mean, it's just, you know what? I'm gonna give it an 8.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's like, when you rank all of Joni's albums, it's like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
What do you do? So I did skip Tax Free, and so I'm gonna have to give it a 7.
You are preaching love. You are. All right, Bob. What do you give Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, so as I said before, I mean, you guys helped me to better appreciate some of the nuances of this record. But as far as the album itself, on the surface, it did not stand the test of time. So I give it 1 point for Stimulants, 1 point for Dog Eat Dog, 1 point for Ethiopia, 1 point for Impossible Dreamer. So for me, it's a 4 out of 10. And it's not my least favorite Joni record. That's coming up next.
Oh, damn.
I know who I'm not sending the Zoom link to. Shit.
Oh, I'll get it. Trust me, I'll get it.
Okay. Dave and Robin.
I would give it an 8, just because of how it impacted me at the time. The impact that it had on me at the time. It was just kind of like the perfect album for that 1985 in LA. And I was just waking up.
She's woke.
All right, Dave, what do you give it?
I would give it a 6. I think it's got some strong material. I think it would be a really good album if it was recorded differently. So based on the music in it, I'd say it's not bad at all. Based on how it sounds, I'd say it's not as good as, as the classic joke, it's better than it sounds. And I really approve of her expanding her subject matter into taking a look at global, not just political, but humanitarian issues and climate change. I mean, all the stuff that we're in the middle of now. She's 35 years ago, 36 years ago, she was addressing. You know,
Right.
she wasn't the only one, but she was right on it. And so she gets, as always, a lot of credit for being prophetic. And so really the only detraction for me is just that she chose to go with a faddish presentation, and that may have been Klein pushing for that. I mean, let's face it, after Mingus, she was in a desert.
Yeah.
Her fans were gone. And what are you going to do? Well, you might as well jump on the bandwagon and go with what's selling.
Yeah.
So I get why she did what she did, but I think with the long view of history, we would have all preferred this album if it had been on piano. So I give it a 6.
All right, Ruben.
I'm going to give it an 8. And this is the first one I have not given a 10 to, even though I really love this record. I think for me, it's because it feels like she had some political songs, she had some novelty songs, and she had a couple of love songs, and she stuck them all together in one record and then painted them all with the same production brush so they sounded the same. But it's the first one of her albums to me that doesn't feel very cohesive. It doesn't, it's too many things or something. And I still like it. I give it an 8.
All right, Chris, you're next.
You know, I was inclined to go in hot with a 9 on this, and the reason I was inclined to go in hot was I consider it a sonic documentary, and like some favorite films of the 1930s, I don't blame those films. I don't think less of those films because they look like they were filmed in the 1930s. I know this music was made in the 80s. It's clear. It'll always be clear. It'll always sound like the 1980s for me. I said this before. It could have been a lot worse. There could have been a lot less good decisions made on how to use that technology than there was. In many cases, I do think she made choices that ultimately supported it. And, you know, being a good soldier, maybe she acquiesced perhaps to too much, which is why, you know, we interpret the lack of, here it is again, organic sounds, you know, or we can point them out. But I'm feeling like, you know, I was inclined to say 9, but I think I'm going to go with an 8 only because of Empty Try Another, I think was phoned in. And I really don't think much of all that much of fiction. So I'm gonna go dial it back to an 8, I think.
All right, Mark, you're next.
I'll give it an 8 as well. Yeah, maybe it's dated, but as Chris said, I think it served this particular record very well. I like the electronic music. I think it fits the subject matter. And as Dave said, I was really glad that she had turned outward and was looking at the socio-political global situation at the time. And that unfortunately, a lot of it we're still stuck with. So 8.
All right, David.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. Let's say that I certainly am rating it higher after tonight than I would yesterday. I really enjoyed listening to it over the past couple days to discover that, you know, they really are good songs in I was listening to the discussion of Ethiopia to see what people liked about it. I still don't get it. I just don't like it. I can't. I don't like it. But three great stimulants, like I said, is much better today than it was yesterday. Thank you, Sue. I'm gonna go for a 7.
All right. Jim?
Okay, I think the artwork is a 2. I came late, so I don't know if you already talked about this,
She never looked like that before, right?
purposely ugly artwork. Anyway.
Pissed off. Sorry.
All right. Well, but the album as a whole, I'm giving it a 7, but I'm very much looking forward to the unplugged versions and later volumes. I'm thinking that's probably going to be an 8.
All
Thanks
right.
for the evening.
Pause.
Wow. I love the artwork, Jim. Come on. Why you gotta hate? No, I just, yeah, the artwork is sort of symbolic for the times, and actually, it's more relevant the way I'm feeling today with the current situation. I have to say that I probably would have given it a 6 a week ago, but it's probably grown up a point I would give it a 7, just based off of what I've learned from my fellow friends tonight. The insight has been amazing, and the appreciation amazing. She once again proves that she comes to the top every time when it comes to figuring out what she wants to say to the world, and be ahead of the curve, not only at the time, but then transport that into 40, 50 years later, be so relevant again today. Musically, like I said, I would say a 7. I agree. I'm looking forward to the unplugged version. I would love to hear what the demos sound like, what she sent to the record company, or whatever transpired before they became what they became. There's some good songs here, and even though I said all of that, I still have good memories of when I got this record, and all of that didn't matter because I was in love and young, and yeah, I danced around to Lucky Girl and whatever else was upbeat at the time. So cheers. Nice discussion. Wonderful to be here.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. And what did Jamie give it? 7?
7.
All right, so it's my turn, I guess. Now, Joni Mitchell showed up looking different. She showed up sounding different, and she didn't dip her toe in. She was all in. And a little known fact about me, way back in the day, I was on the show Penn and Teller Bullshit for being trapped in the 80s. They did a segment, and I was on it. So I'm an 80s kid. I love the Pointer Sisters 80s. My Prince and the Revolution, my Madonna. So Joni Mitchell, I'm there for the drum machines. I give it a 9.
Wow.
All right. Sounds like me and Bob are going to be going head to head next month.
Oh God.
It's gonna be a throwdown showdown. Get ready.
Listen, I already have my cowboy hat and my blanket to wrap around.
I was gonna say, you guys got to dress up.
I'll wear my clown suit.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
We'll take first dibs on My Secret Place. Okay?
Oh.
Ooh. Peter Gabriel.
Sue, any first choices to prepare the public for next month? No pressure if you want to think about it.
Sue?
Oh, you're on mute.
Bookmark. Oh, there's a lot of good songs.
A lot of good songs.
I'm gonna have to think about it. I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know.
All
right, well-
I think one of you should be Jesse and the other should be Roddy Gates.
I'll be Wendy if someone else will be Lisa.
The water warm.
Yeah. Well, I do have to say, one of the highlights of 2021 was getting to spend time with you all once a month to talk about the music of Joni Mitchell. Did we start this in January?
Yeah, because we're on album number 12.
Yeah.
12 months in.
Right.
So certainly one of the highlights of the year. We won't meet again until next year, but I just want to thank you all for becoming my friends. And, you know, we've shared every single Joni Mitchell song up through Lucky Girl, and that's so awesome.
Yeah.
So to the more and more people that keep subscribing to this channel, consider giving me $1 or $2 that, you know, I can quit my job and then just do this all the time.
You should.
I wish I could. And most importantly, Joni Mitchell, we know you're going to watch this one because we loved Dog Eat Dog, and we are here for this one. We are
Thanks,
Team Dog
Jeremy.
Eat Dog. All right. I will see you all in 2022.
Happy holidays,
Right.
everybody.
Happy
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 holidays.
holidays. Season's
Happy
greetings, everybody.
holidays, everybody.
Take care, my friends.
Love you guys.
Love you
Love
all.
y'all.